In general life, voice controllers help a lot, and they can definitely help, and they can make things easier and more fun and more accessible. So, one aspect of that is video games. So, for example, in Flappy Bird, controls can be tacky at times. You can bump into obstacles, lose balance. So, Allen voice makes it easier instead of like a tacky up control, which is just one. You can Allen allows you to say the number of times you want the bird to go up. For example, up 3, and the bird goes up 3. This makes it easier to and more fun to control the games, since it also requires some strategy.
Does it ever get tiring trying to constantly click buttons on mobile games? Have you been getting bored, unsure of what to do with your free time? Hi, I'm Neil, and if you said yes to either of those two questions, then 2048 with a voice assistant is the perfect game for you. Yup, you heard that right. A voice assistant built into a strategy game made for users of all ages. Let's take a look at how it's done. Move down. Move left. Using Allen AI's voice assistant software, I hope to launch this game soon and cure your boredom.
Hi, my name is Priyanka. Games nowadays are extremely advanced, but is there a way to improve them even more? Well, what if you were able to play games with just simple voice commands? To demonstrate this, I have integrated Allen AI with the simple chess application to allow it to be played via voice commands. Instead of the user having to navigate through a cluttered screen, the user can simply speak. This allows for an extremely engaging user experience and eliminates the need for users to course through confusing manuals or buttons on applications. So be ready for a whole new gaming experience.
Let's say you've been gaming recently, but you want to go a little hands off. You'd prefer if you could game on your phone while working on your computer. Well, you can do this with a fork of 2048 utilizing a revolutionary voice recognition software called Allen AI. For example, you could say move the tiles up, down, left, right 50 times, and it does just that. Plus, there are so many more additional features that were never in the original game, such as the skins or the mods.
Hi, I'm Shreyani. We can all agree that most people love to play board games, especially kids. But the only issue with this is it requires a heavy hand contact. But what about the kids who are disabled and unable to use their hands? To help kids or anyone with such disabilities, my team and I developed a voice command based tic tac toe game. All you have to do is say, "Hey Alan," to start the game, and you can place your X or a no on the board by saying a number from 1 through 9. This is currently a multiplayer game where you can keep track of the number of games each player won. But this game will soon have a single player feature as well. Furthermore, voice enabled games like this are very useful during a pandemic when one needs to maintain a 6 feet distance and have less hand contact but wants to experience the fun of playing a board game together with friends and family.
Hi, I'm Samuk. As part of my original project for Allen AI, I set up a chess engine where users can play an engine of medium skill with voice activated software. So they could say the moves and the pieces would move as they said. In my new project that I'll be doing for Allen AI this summer, I'll be doing the same for Battleship, which is a fun board game that now has an online version. So in this computer version of Battleship, players will be able to say the moves that they're playing, the shots that they're firing into various patches of water, and the shots will fire based on their voice commands. This will mirror how Battleship is played in real life with another person face to face where you say out the things. It'll make the game much easier to play, more fun to play, and more like the actual board game that we know and love.
Hello, I'm Timur. The game of chess has recently had an explosive rise in popularity, but it is fairly stress-consuming and after a losing streak, quite rage-inducing. That's why I created Chess Through Voice, a simple, calming way to casually play one of the most complicated and interesting games ever created. With Allen AI, your chess experience does not have to be filled with mouse slips and intense analysis, but rather a relaxing experience where everyone can enjoy playing the game. If you're particularly skilled, this is a great way to show off your blindfold chess capabilities. Chess through voice creates a relaxed environment for you to enjoy the most iconic game humanity has created.
605 million people around the world regularly play chess. During the pandemic, many have resorted to the internet to continue playing the board game. However, a sizable minority of older individuals and those with physical disabilities often find it hard to use keyboards and mice. Introducing VChess. By employing Alan AI's voice assistant, users use VChess to control chess pieces simply by providing verbal instructions on the piece to be moved and its location on the chessboard. Very few voice-based chess apps exist, and those that do generally use poor voice recognition and text-to-speech software. Because VChess uses Alan AI, it is guaranteed to more accurately detect language and respond accordingly. I hope to work on and refine my product in the coming months. Thanks for listening.
What? Why won't this controller work? I paid so much for it and it just decides to break? If only there is a way to play the favorite games I love without breaking my wallet. Now there is. Introducing Voice-Enabled Tetris by Alan AI. With voice-enabled gaming, you can play the favorite games you love in a new and interactive way without having to spend so much money on expensive peripherals. By voice-enabling gaming apps using the Alan AI platform, customers are easily able to access and play games simply by using their voice. Specifically, I have voice-enabled the ubiquitous game of Tetris. Voice-enabling gaming brings a new way to explore and start gaming. So no more controllers, and no more spending your hard-earned money on expensive gaming peripherals.
Hi guys, I'm Hers.
And I'm Dolores.
The best thing you could do is play a game using LNA's voice assistant. That is why we made a crossword game using LNA's voice assistant where people who don't know English can play, making the game more interactive and engaging for individuals.
This crossword game can be controlled by voice commands using the voice assistant. It can translate scripts to various languages and give clues and answers while playing. It lets users create challenges and has motivational quotes when the mood strikes. Billions of people who do not have the ability to speak English will be able to play the game with our product.
We work with the company Alan AI to bring the voice assistant game to life. Have fun playing the voice assistant game today, instead of the boring version.
You know, I wonder what Guess the Song was like before Alan's AI voice assistant was the game host.
If only this YouTube video was more responsive, it'd be so much better. I keep mistyping. If only it could understand my voice, it'd be so much more convenient.
I guess I'll never know.
Hi there, I am Alan, game show host of Guess the Song. What's your name?
John.
Hi John, want to learn the rules of Guess the Song?
Hello, my name is Joseph.
And my name is Partha. There are a lot of games where you can use your hands to play, and usually no one else can play with you.
But we've changed that. You can play our trivia game using your voice with all your friends and families to connect with them without directly interacting with your screens.
We are using the Alan AI voice assistant to understand what you are saying and designing it to respond right back to you.
Our voice AI will act simply as a trivia host, almost as a person, leading to fun trivia games with your friends and family without doing the hard work of setting it up.
Now, let's have more fun hands-free with the voice assistant trivia.
Imagine hanging out with a friend and you wanted to play Connect 4. You do not own a Connect 4 set, so you look up a Connect 4 game on your computer. When you open the game, you realize you have to swap back and forth in order to input your tokens into the game. What if instead, you could play the game hands-free and effortlessly swap between players using a smart assistant? My product will revolutionize Connect 4 gameplay, making the game as convenient as it is enjoyable. The application will use Alan AI's voice recognition software to allow the user to make moves in an efficient manner. The voice assistant will have access to the various board states to be knowledgeable about the game's available moves. Now, you can enjoy the classic game with a modern twist to improve the user's experience.
In the realm of Harry Potter, wizards play a game known as wizard chess. It is very similar to normal chess, but you can move the pieces on the board with your voice. Over the past few weeks, I have been working hard to develop wizard chess as a software program. Introducing Alan AI, a voice-activated game straight from your browser. My program utilizes a voice AI platform that allows me to embed contextual voice assistants into my existing application UI. This voice assistant employs a form of machine learning known as natural language processing to correctly identify the user's moves and much more. With Alan AI embedded into voice chess, you will never have to use a mouse again. Currently, voice chess is in a beta phase and many more features are being added, so please wait patiently until August of 2021 when the final version will be released and ready for everyone to play.
Hi, my name is Arnav Pradhan. Biking is one of the best and most enjoyable ways to get exercise. Many people bike to places everywhere and use bike lanes to do so. However, not all bike lanes are created equally, and some bike lanes are not as safe as others. Currently, in many cities in the Bay Area, there are bike lanes that are directly connected to the road. This can be very dangerous to bikers as a car can accidentally hit a bicyclist. The solution is to put up Class 4 bike lanes, which are bike lanes that have some sort of physical barrier between the street and the bike lane, which helps protect bikers. In my barrier design, I made a concrete conical structure with a light on top to make it easier for drivers and bicyclists to see at night. I made holes in the barriers to ensure the driver's vision is not impaired, which made the street feel larger and safer. These barriers will be placed every 3 feet, and the cost of each barrier is about $12, which makes covering a 2.5-mile street around $50K. By taking this approach, we can make streets more safer and biking will be more fun.
Biking is a great way to get around. It is a healthier and more environmentally friendly alternative to driving. Unfortunately, biking has been an underutilized mode of transportation because many streets in the city are not geared with bikers in mind. This summer, we will work on developing design concepts for bikeways and other street improvements, specifically at Bancroft and William Street, to make biking a safer, more viable, and accessible option for the community. We will be reaching out to and engaging the community about our project, as well as promoting the bikeways to the community.
You want to have fun because, well, it's summer, but you don't want to use a car because that's not good for the environment, and you don't want to walk because that also takes a long time. Well, I have the solution for you. It's time to take out that thing that you haven't used in like forever. Yes, your bike. Biking is such a good form of transportation, helps you get a workout in, and also lets you have fun this summer. With the soon-to-be well-protected bike lanes in San Leandro, you can have fun this summer while also helping the environment.
Hey San Leandrons, don't you wish there was a greener future possible for the city of San Leandro? Well, lucky for you, me and my team have developed a website where you can share your story of how climate change has personally affected you in the city of San Leandro, or to even get inspired yourself by other videos. We hope to bring together a green community within San Leandro to work towards a greener future in our city. Share your story today and inspire others, or get inspired, using Project Variety's website.
Hi, my name is Claire. Social media is ever-growing and is used for creating and sharing pictures, ideas, and information. As our world grows digitally, utilizing it to spread education info is a great way to engage people in things like climate change and environmental sustainability. So, one way to use these platforms is by creating short videos on TikTok to make direct points about climate hazards and further info, including wildfires, what individual can do for the environment, and the connection between social inequalities and climate change, specific to the city of San Leandro. Also, using Instagram to make posts and articles about other people's experiences so that their needs can be placed forward and hopefully addressed. Furthermore, this is an effort to build community social connectivity by taking advantage of the growing online world.
Hi everyone, I'm Trinity. Climate change is an existential threat to the Bay Area, manifesting as rising temperatures, elongated droughts, wildfires, and much more. It is essential that we work to empower and educate as many individuals as possible about this issue in order to motivate people to fight for much needed change. One of the most effective ways to do this is by sharing the personal stories of the people who have been affected by the issue. I've created a video elaborating on the negative impact that wildfires have had on my life and the lives of thousands of people across the Bay Area, and we'll be working with the City for San Leandro Sustainability to improve and share it. The goal is to inspire San Leandrons as well as the rest of our society to take action. So join us today in the effort to reverse climate change, greatly improve the lives of our citizens, and save our beloved planet.
Hundreds of millions of people have some form of communication disability worldwide and struggle to express themselves in the way we normally would. Cognition aims to solve this through the use of their headsets, which utilize artificial intelligence and augmented reality, allowing users to easily communicate with others.
Slanguage is a tool that our team created to assist Cognition in accomplishing their goal. Our website takes in users' messaging history and provides messaging statistics, including the amount of messages sent, the slang used, and the most common words.
Users can choose to anonymously send their statistics, which we would provide to Cognition, giving them data to work with and improve on their natural language processing technology.
We hope to work with Cognition to further improve our project and deploy it in the future to allow the public to be able to freely use our site. Check out Cognition today and learn about how they are using technology to aid disabled people in their everyday lives.
Hi, my name is Akil, and currently SpeakPros is an amazing app for a disabled person to communicate to the world using the app. But as it is right now, it's very limited on for them to express themselves in their own manner. It's more of just getting the point across, and which does very well, but it's not very expressive of the person. For example, if you look at like this little basic sentence I was able to make on the SpeakPros app about like I feel good in my mind because of someone, it's very basic and it's not very representative of like how I would say it to someone, you know. So my project involves using machine learning and incorporating a data set from Urban Dictionary that is able to filter more words that might be related to previous words and in turn make it more expressive of the person that's doing it or trying to use it to communicate.
Hey everyone, my name is Anika. Many of you have probably heard of Stephen Hawking, a genius who was diagnosed with ALS and survived for more than 50 years. What many may see as a neurological disorder was more of a special neurological ability for this man because he established groundbreaking theories in the science world despite the struggles he had with speech due to ALS. Although the ability to communicate for those with neurological abilities ranges depending on the type of neurological disorder, Cognition has created both the first augmented reality headset called Cognition One and the killer app called SpeakPros to bridge the gap in communication for those with various neurological and physical abilities. Using brain-computer interface technology, Cognition has created both the app and product to serve as a communication device that allows users to convey thoughts and emotions while empowering individuals with the promise of speech, communication, and improved quality of life, and ultimately, hope.
Hi, I'm Carissa. There are over 500 million people that struggle with communication disabilities, and the assistive technology available has been extremely outdated. Until now. Introducing Cognition One, a new window to the world. Cognition One is a brain-computer interface that utilizes the AI technology we have today to create an augmented reality experience. It essentially takes your thoughts and expresses them instantly. No more clunky wires or outdated screens. This mobile AI assistant is always right in your view, giving you the freedom to move and communicate as you please. We even collected the modern slang of teenagers to help younger users navigate their everyday lives. With Cognition One, everyone is included, so that any age, ability, or thinker has a voice.
Hi, I'm Jaya from Boston, Massachusetts. We tend to take communication for granted. While texting may seem easy for most of us, there are millions of people who are physically challenged and cannot do this so easily. My project is about building a chatting visual app based on simple images and emojis. For example, when asked the question, "How are you feeling today?" the user will be presented with 3 related emojis or pictures to choose from. I believe that such effective and simple communication tools can definitely make their lives easier while also bringing happiness.
Hello, my name is Shifnaz. In this world today, there are many who cannot speak. So, in this case, we in Cognition are customizing an app in which people can type in what they want to say, and it will automate and say it for them with a speaker. We will have this app personalized to match preferences of the owner's choice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Darius, and I've created a diverse capsule of designs with the overall meaning of connecting and uniting the world, integrated with the overall meaning of the Kinetic brand and lifestyle. So this is my capsule. In my capsule, I tried to include a variety of designs and styles to fit everybody's needs and likings. I created some t-shirts for people who may like plainer clothes, and t-shirts for people who may like vibrant clothes. So if you see something here that you're interested in, be sure to stay tuned, as Kinetic and I will be going into production soon to get these t-shirts created and into stores near you. So thank you for watching, and be sure to stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? My name is John Gonzalez. Have you been looking for a clothing company that fits your style, or a company that cares for its people by promoting a valuable message? Look no further, as Kinetic provides all of these. I'll be working with Kinetic to bring clothing pieces that are reflective of the young streetwear scene.
Hello, my name is Shreya. In this day and age, the LGBTQ plus community is on the rise. Those of the community represent themselves in many different ways, and now they can with the LGBTQ representation collection from Kinetic. These designs use the LGBTQ community colors on streetwear, not only helping represent the community, but also making it comfortable. To purchase these designs, shop at Kinetic.
I am Enrique McCoy, and today I'm going to talk about how I want to solve clothing without that, creative designs, or at least nicer designs, like cuter ones, more creative ones, like this.
Wow, isn't this nice? Well, if you're not into, red, orange, that kind of thing, maybe you would like one that is blue. Whoa, so cool, right? And, by the way, for me to accomplish this, I will be working with Kinetic.
Hi, my name is Remy, and do you need something for your kids to do this summer? With signing up for Colin Culture Camps, they'll get sent boxes like this, which will be filled with materials that they will use to do activities revolving around different things like Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, and even dinosaurs. We meet weekly to do these activities, and it will be done over Zoom. This gives your child a chance to learn leadership skills and just have fun. I will be working with Colin to try to get these camps started, so sign your kids up for Colin Culture Camps.
My name is Brian Berhano. This is my projects that I have made for George Marks Children. I am a student at Antioch High School. I am about to be in junior year. So this is my project I've made so far. As you can see, I've made these projects. I made 3 actually, because this is a memory box and this is an urn. So I've made these 2 projects for a reason, because I feel like memory boxes are good for remembering and for keeping very valuable items, such as like photos from the past when you were a baby, or either when you went to a special place and you grew up there, you know, and you took a photo. And I feel like memory boxes is useful for saving your memory, and urns are good for more of people who have lost their loved ones, and they could keep their loved ones close to them by using an urn. And as you can see also on here, you can see the hand that is represented for like everything would be fine. And a hand is like, so this is more of a Play-Doh hand mold that I've made. It's supposed to represent how everything would be okay, like its benefit for keeping you safe and being there for you. Thank you. I'm Brian Berrano. I am a student from Antioch High School. Thank you.
Pictures are one of the most common ways to remember your loved ones, but there's so much they don't convey. A portrait of someone will never show all of the distinctive features that make them unique. That's why my project, Remembering Their Smiles, uses 3D scanning technology to create realistic 3D face portraits, as well as Lego-based superhero action figures as legacy projects for the families of the terminally ill children at George Marks Children's Home. Now, we will use 3D scanning technology to create models of the children's head, which we will then use to make various projects, which will all improve upon the normal picture.
Hi, I'm Isabella.
And I'm Nandana.
Creating a legacy is one of the greatest driving forces in life. Making memories with loved ones is precious, and for some, like the children at George Marks Children's House, the time to make memories is short. That's why we created a legacy project design that dying children can have fun in creatively customizing.
Our memory box has customizable wall panels for the kids to make their own and can store items for families to remember their child by. This project will not only allow the children to create something lasting to carry on their legacy, but will also allow the children to normalize their experiences and be creative. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Juliana Hermagina.
Have you ever suffered from a grief and wished that you had something to hold your memories together, to look back on, to remember the good times with that special person?
To help cope with that feeling, I have created a photo with a QR code embedded to unlock an album that would be filled with photos and videos to capture the moments that you've once experienced with your loved one.
Use the product, they would need to use their phones to scan the QR code. The QR code will then bring the customer to an album that would hold all of their photos and videos of the loved ones that they choose.
With the help of the QR code photo, the user will be overcome with a sense of nostalgia as they reminisce on all the memories that they want to relive with their loved one.
Hi, my name is Matthew Chandler. At George Marks Children's House, creating legacies for families to remember loved ones by is extremely important, which is why I'm applying the concept of lithophanes to approach that idea. Lithophanes are essentially 3D printed pictures which illuminate when light diffuses through them, and you can get really cool and memorable effects like this. There are many uses to lithophanes, especially because they're extremely versatile, because you can put any picture for the lithophane. One idea is to put a picture of a child so families can remember them by and create a legacy there. Or another purpose would be to put a child's family as a lithophane and then create nightlight which illuminates up at night and comforts the child. Anyways, there are lots of uses for lithophanes, and I think George Marks Children's House can utilize these to create legacies for families.
Hi, my name is Mrunmai, and I am part of Trademark Elite, and I present to you the hologram. Yes, as seen on TikTok, I guess, depends on what side you're really on, but this phone hologram is different. This phone hologram is portable, colorful, and customizable. It has a screen protector to protect your wonderful phone. Don't worry, your phone won't get damaged. We have a lot of precautions, unless it's in the wrong hands. A side door for easier access, a lid for it to be portable. How awesome is that? Yes, very, very awesome. Thank you, thank you. We will be releasing this product to George Mark Children's House first, but then to the public, and the phone is not included unless you want to pay more.
One of the biggest and probably most important questions being asked in the world these days is how do we entertain kids? With new technology being released 24/7, it's nearly impossible to pinpoint a product a child might want for Christmas or for their birthday. So my partner Mrunmai and I designed what we call a portable hologram for the children and families at George Mark Children's House. Our product displays images and videos in remembrance of the past. The hologram is shown using a phone placed inside a 3D printed box. Moving images and videos on a template will be reflected onto a plastic sheet, creating a hologram in the center. The families will be able to submit videos and images as they desire, and the template will convert it into a video designed for the hologram to work. It is a fun activity to see their own self come to life in front of them, so be sure to engage with this hologram before it's sold out in time for Christmas.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Lee with PilotCity. We are super excited to have Airtime 2022 occur in this format this year. We've had Airtime in the last, I would say, 3 years or so. So we've been on and live doing this digital hackathon at the end of our program every year for the last 3 years. And it's been a lot of fun to kind of cram everybody into one session and essentially have everyone finish their projects, but also in some cases, if you haven't started your projects yet, you can start it at this weekend digital hackathon as well. So this is very exciting to have our third one in a YouTube live format instead of just purely on Discord. And just to let everyone know some general logistics for now, we will be having this event purely on pilotcity.com/airtime2022. That's our event lobby. And we will also have essentially the YouTube live pop-up so you can see what's going on at every moment of time. In addition to that, you can come into our Zoom when there's a session like a workshop or an employer showing up and so forth and so on. And then also, more importantly, you all can co-work in Discord and make a team booth, get mentorship from alumni, and a lot of other variety of different resources that you can all take advantage of while you're at Airtime 2022. So very excited to have everyone here. Thank you for watching. I do want to share with everyone, if people have not heard why PilotCity exists and why we actually started PilotCity, for you all to learn more about PilotCity itself. So I'm going to get started by just sharing a quick story of how PilotCity got started. So we started about probably technically 2015. In terms of sole proprietorship under my name, but then we are incorporated in 2018. So it's kind of like 2 phases of PilotCity. So we've been around for quite some time as a brand, and we started building software in 2018. And we started because I came back home from college and I discovered that my hometown here in San Leandro, California, was on a mission to transform itself into a city of innovation. And the mayor and the council and the chief innovation officer essentially were on a mission to transform the city into a city of innovation because they installed a fiber optic broadband loop, which is basically really fast internet, to essentially have this fast internet loop be the infrastructure that powers the future of the city. So I got very inspired by this concept of building my hometown into a city of innovation. So I got involved. But what I heard a lot about was attraction of startups into the city. I heard a lot about attraction of talent into the city. And I heard a lot about the people who are outside the city to be brought into the city. But people like myself, who weren't really being factored in to be the ones that help build the future of the city, we weren't really being factored in. And so I started thinking, how do we build a city of innovation? How do we build a community of innovation with the people who are actually from that city? So I started thinking, we don't really have much of a university in San Leandro. We don't actually have one that has a bunch of startups and entrepreneurs starting initiatives. We didn't have a college or community college of young adults solving problems in the local community. We didn't really have much in general. And we found out that the highest level of talent that exists in our city is, guess who? High school students. You all as high school students is our highest level of talent in our community. And so we said, okay, well, I guess we're getting into K-12 now. So I walked back into my high school and started talking to teachers and started asking teachers, what kind of programs can we create to have young citizens and young residents in their own communities build the future of their own community? And we found out that there's something called career pathways, where you learn about careers, pretty self-explanatory. There's something called work-based learning, something that you learn within career technical education classes like woodshop or graphic design or entrepreneurship or business or computer science or engineering, and where you learn about work-based learning, pretty self-explanatory too. And then we found out inside this word, inside these other words, is a word called internships. And I don't know if anyone's heard our class presentation, but I like to call internships intoinships, just to add some cute and fluffiness to the word internships. So if anyone can say it with me, intoinship. That is the word that I use to represent this gold standard of work-based learning, this gold standard of career pathways, this word called intoinships. And this word intoinship, we found, is very much so like gold when you put it onto your resumes for employment later. It's very much so like gold when you put it into your personal statements for college to get into things that you want to get into, because not everyone gets an internship on their personal statements. And it's very much so like gold when you're looking to experience something new, to learn more about what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and more importantly, in some cases, what you can get paid for as well. So these are all different characteristics of what an internship can help with you, is to essentially get your foot into the door of the real world so you can start exploring your future. So that is how PilotCity began, with that notion. But the problem is that getting you all internships is actually quite a issue. And the reason being is because employers, we found, don't really recognize high school students culturally as talent. Why? It's probably because they think that you're on your phones way too much. They probably think that you're way too young. They probably think you don't have any skills at all, and that you really don't have the capabilities to essentially solve their problems. So we said, okay, well, I guess what we have to do is work with employers to share with us what objectives they have and what problems they have, so we can actually have students solve these problems to deliver value to the employer before the students step into the door of the internship. So we said, okay, well, let's have employers give us their problems and objectives. Let's scope it out into projects that are useful for the employer, and then let's have students in classrooms, in clubs, at home, with friends. Let's have students build projects, build value to the employer to solve their problems so that you all, you all can show employers that you all have the gumption, that you all have the capabilities, you all have the talents, the drive, the commitment, the know-how, the creativity to essentially be their talent. And so that's how we started our program with PilotCity, is having students build projects for companies to win internships. So that is the basis of why we exist. Thank you all for watching this particular, hearing this particular story. I do want to get into the agenda for today so that you all get an idea of what we have to work with today. So if everyone can now transition us into looking at our agenda, I will show that in just a bit here. All right, so everyone should be able to see my screen now. And this screen you see here is the agenda for the weekend. And starting now until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, aka midnight, it's going to be a long weekend. It's going to be fun. We always have fun at Airtime, so please have fun. And please get wild and build your projects and ask questions and engage with people, talk to new people, do what you got to do to have some fun and to build a project and finish up what you got going on. Okay? So what do we have going on today and tomorrow and Sunday? Let me just give everyone kind of a briefer, and you can find this on our kiosk that I'll share with you in just a little bit too. So on the agenda here, you'll see that right now we're talking about the agenda, and we'll talk about the kiosk in a little bit too. I've shared my story with you all. We're going to do a vibe check with our team members in a little bit. I'm sure you've all heard about that. You can meet Noah, our asynchronous and synchronous host for the weekend. We'll share with you why you should join. We'll give everyone a program demo to give everyone a baseline there. We'll share with you some new employers in our program. Jeff Louie will share more about that, and we actually have some employer pitches to display so that you all can see who the new employers are, because you may want to choose these employers if you're just getting started, or if you already finished your project and want to do another one, that's fine too. And because these employers don't have many students in their programs, and you may want to take advantage of that and build a project for them to have a greater chance of winning an internship. Even though our internship acceptance is pretty high, you can highlight our new employers. So I want to make a shout out for new employers. Sign up for an account for those who do not have an account already with PilotCity. Then we'll get into mentorship and co-working. So this is really the meat and bones of our entire weekend, is for you all to get mentorship and for you all to co-work on your projects. Okay, so that's going to be from 5 p.m. onwards to tonight. And then what we're going to do is actually kick off talking to some employers this tonight, which essentially is with Casa Sanchez, a new employer in our program that you can build a project for to win internships. Brand spanking new employer, launched today, 0 students participating. You'd have a great chance of getting an internship with them. Unpossible Cuts is an existing employer from 2 years from now, so you can actually laser cut and create trendy research around laser cut jewelry. Palo Learning Center will be live with us to answer questions. They have about 50 students in the program. East Palo Alto Senior Center is new as well. You can get internships with them. Generations Connections is also new, so feel free to take advantage of that. Choose Local San Mateo County. These are mostly new employers coming on today to answer your questions and for you all to hear the story about them as an employer. And then we'll get into a workshop on Ikigai, which is about the framework of meaning and purpose, which is finding out what you love, finding out your strengths, finding out what you can get paid for, finding what the world needs. I'll give you all a workshop on that just to give you all aligned with why you're here at this event. It's really important that you all find and discover and move towards where your purpose is, so you can actually have energy in life and actually pursue what you want to pursue. Find out. So we'll have a workshop right after that, which essentially is to what to look for in train videos and research links. So we'll have a workshop with Palo and Eric on this, alumni team members. So look out for that in case you were wondering what train or research really is about. Palo and Eric will give you some secret sauces around that. Please pin up for live feedback. I'm just going to actually share this out right now. From 9 p.m. tonight, okay, till 11 p.m. today, we're going to give live feedback for you all on our Zoom. So please go to our kiosk, go to our event lobby, schedule a pinup, and get feedback from our alumni team members. It will be fun. It's kind of like pinning up your sketches on the wall and then getting feedback on it. So we're really looking forward to giving you all feedback live at our pinup for live feedback sessions. And then we'll recap the day and then close Friday. So that's what we're looking at for today and tonight, okay? And then for tomorrow, we're looking at a podcast with some of our former interns and alumni from 2021, 2020. We may switch these around, but we'll have a podcast with former interns and alumni to kick off tomorrow morning. Then we'll run a workshop right after that on how to ideate and write a pitch for your project. And we'll have 2 alumni team members talking about that. And then we'll get into the meat and bones of the day after that, mentorship and co-working. And we'll have a series of wonderful employers throughout the entire day. Tomorrow we're going to have employers of all kinds that are your employers right now that are going to be here. 24 employers are coming, 25 actually. That's more than half of our employers are coming this weekend. So get excited, write your questions into the forum, generate questions that you want to ask live. But more importantly, ask those questions in the forum activity if you're in the actual program already, because we're going to actually source those questions to ask from the employer. But feel free to have questions live as well. And be sure to come into our Zoom when those sessions occur. So Project Fashioneer will be live at 11. Macho Flora will be live at 11:30. We'll have a pinup session for 30 minutes. Kinetic, I know that's hot this year. So 12:30 with Kwong there, 1 p.m. with We Hope, and we'll have another workshop on the make log. What's the importance of process for the make log in the journal and the diary of the make log? We have an open session that we'll try to figure out what we're going to do here at 1:45. City of San Leandro Public Works will be in the house, Debbie Pollard. Donna and Joanne will be around for 2:30 from Ladies First for those who are coding up Discord bots. Pin up for live feedback again. Mike's Paddle will be in the house talking about their Discord bot. Joe Rule has switched their session from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. So note for all the Rock and Tour people, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. Purpose and Hope, Strategy of Things, Phase Space, what to cover in a demo video workshop, 42 Kids at the Gate. These are former interns and alumni from 2019. We may switch this around, but we're looking at a podcast there with our former interns. Cool Line Organization, Museum of Future Sports. Tomorrow night, that will be a lot of fun because I know a lot of folks are doing Museum of Future Sports as well. Pin up for live feedback again throughout the entire night tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow night, sign up for pinups, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Be sure to also get mentorship help from alumni too. You can get help from them really easily. And then we'll review some photos from our 2018 and 2019 program. That was mostly in person, by the way. So enjoy that as we kind of come to a close on Saturday. And then on Sunday will be a pretty loose, fun working day. We'll have a podcast with our 2018 students. Again, it might be switched around, but that's what we're looking at. Mentorship and co-working. A few employers coming in via Mentor, Capacity, Purely Drinks. We'll have a workshop on interview tips and kind of some of the secret sauces that some of our alumni team members utilize when they were getting internships. And then pin up pretty much in between. Some more employers, California Crosspoint, Plastic Incubator, and then pinups throughout the entire day tomorrow, okay? We're here to give you feedback, and we're gonna have alumni team members and alumni as mentors throughout the entire 3 days, okay? Today, Saturday, and Sunday. You're going to see alumni available to help you anytime you want, okay? You just go into our event lobby, click on get help from alumni mentors, and they'll take you to a breakout room into Discord, and then we will be pinged, and then you'll get help immediately, okay? So get help from our alumni as well, in addition to pin up for live feedback. And then we'll all sprint to the end of the weekend to complete as much as we can. 11:59 p.m. On Sunday will be our end, and that is our finish line for the whole day. And just to let for the whole weekend, just to let everyone know, okay, the deadline for completing the interview activity right before the offer activity is this coming Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's not this Sunday, it's this coming Tuesday, but you want to get as much done and even complete your interview by this Sunday at 11:59. Okay, so this coming Tuesday at 11:59 is the deadline for the actual interviews, period. And then our hackathon ends this Sunday at 11:59. Okay, so just want to give everyone a gist on that. So I want to now share with you all what the kiosk looks like. So this kiosk essentially is a tool that we use called Video Ask. Shout out to Video Ask. And on here, you'll see us live right now. And I'll click it just for fun. Sorry, it's a little laggy. Okay, there it is. So you see us live right now. And essentially you can watch us always on, so you always know what's going on with our entire program. And you can enter our PilotCity Zoom on the very bottom and actually come hang out with us in our Zoom, which I'm looking at right now. And this is where we'll have most of the programming with our employers, our workshops, our pinups. Most of the stuff will happen on here. And then you can also open up the YouTube. So you can look at the YouTube live straight on YouTube itself instead of being on our kiosk. So you can activate this if you'd like to pursue that. I won't wait for it to load, but you get the point. And then also you can co-work in Discord. So if you click on co-work in this essentially takes you right into our Discord server. For anyone who doesn't know what Discord is, it's our best friend platform. Essentially, it's a place where you can go into voice channels and go into servers and basically navigate and find out, get resources, get mentorship help, make a team booth, and a variety of different other kind of assets and resources that you can obtain. Again, there's a variety of things going on here. You can make a booth if your employer's is from A to M, and then also make a booth if your employer starts with M to Z, and then you can make a booth so we can help you in your booth, and then you'll be automatically set with a role. You can also co-work in these voice channels. If you have a problem, you can report a problem. If you want to get a mentor from an alumni, you can click on Summon a Mentor, and a variety of other items that you can take advantage of. So I want to let you all know that Discord is where it's all going to happen in terms of the asynchronous work and for all the community building activities and so forth. So that is this front pop-up. And then when you click out of it, you can always get that same pop-up by refreshing the screen, by the way, so it's always there. And then who you got on the left-hand side is Noah, who is our host for the Video Ask and throughout the actual event. So you can watch him give you a little tour of this front lobby here that you're in. You can click on the agenda to see what I just shared with you. You can start an onboard and actually get onboarded step by step with our program. And you can meet your employers live. And essentially you can find out all the employers that are coming in live this weekend. So please check that out.
Welcome to...
You can get a project mentor, like I mentioned.
Welcome to the alumni.
And go straight into Discord. You can pin up for live feedback and schedule a session with us, and also watch live workshops as well, and essentially get feedback from us, or get help through workshops as well.
Welcome.
And then you can also make a team booth, which essentially takes you to our Discord to make a team booth, so we can help you in your co-working booth. Okay, so this essentially is the tour of our kiosk, and tour of our agenda, and for the most part, this will get everyone kind of situated and going in terms of what we got going on. So what we're going to do now is transition into our Zoom to do a vibe check with our team members. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our Zoom. And it is actually kind of choppy, I found, when trying to get people into the actual, getting people actually into the Zoom. So please bear with us and just kind of go with the flow if it is choppy when people are on Zoom. And we will try to fix it for tomorrow if it is going to be choppy for a while. Okay. So I'm going to ask all our team members now to turn on their videos so that we can actually have a session where we can actually do a little vibe check with everyone here. So we'll get started now in just a little bit. And I will now transition us into our vibe check. All right, so again, it may be a little choppy. We might be like robots going on here, but we'll work with it and get it flowing and going. What's good, team? So we're gonna do a quick vibe check. And for those who are on our YouTube live right now, for people who are on our Zoom right now, for people who are on Discord right now watching, go ahead and share your vibe check in the general chat, in the main chat, wherever it is. But essentially what we do is we share how we're feeling from 0 to 10. And then we share a beverage of choice that represents our vibe and how we're feeling. And then we share kind of what we did for the last 24 hours and so forth. So we'll keep this a pretty open vibe check. How about that, team? So I'll go first. I'm feeling good now that this is going, even though I don't feel like we're fully ready for this, but it's going. And I did find out I had COVID, so I currently have COVID, just to let everyone know. I am quarantining, but I'm feeling good. I'm actually feeling good. I got my coffee here, so I'm actually like a 9.25 right now. Surprisingly, yesterday was more like a 6 or 7, but I'm a 9.25, and honestly, I got a lot of drinks around me. I got vitamin C stuff. I got this kind of Asian soy milk thing. I got coffee. I got water. I got Gatorade. So I'm a little bit of everything right now. And the last 24 hours was me texting everyone here. That's what I've been doing for the last 24 hours, texting everyone and annoying the heck out of all of you. And then also preparing the OBS system that we're using to do all these fancy transitions and videos and stuff with Noah's help and so forth. So that's what I did in the last 24 hours. I will popcorn this over to, let's go and throw it over to Chris Young.
Oh, thanks for popping it over to me, Mr. Lee. I'm feeling good right now too. I got through some sicknesses, not COVID, but some colds and a strep throat. So now I'm way up there. I'm 9.37. Monster. I'm gonna go Monster energy drinks because I just tried that for the first time earlier this week, and definitely a boost of energy when he needs them. No sugar, the no sugar type. I go no sugar. I get the caffeine and the taurine and whatever else in there. I don't know how many I should drink per week. Probably not that many. Seems a little bit like not real ingredients, but it. I was gonna say the Monster has me feeling good, but it's Airtime that has me feeling good right now. It's just cool to see everyone on the team and to see other people's new names coming in with their. I see Yamalet, if I'm saying your name right, 8 Ice T. It's cool to see Netchar's check in. So I'm just juiced, even though it's a Monster or 0% juice. I'm juiced to be here and feeling the vibe. So let me pass it to Stephanie.
Hello. I'd say that I'm feeling like a solid 9 out of 10. Yeah. And for my drink, I'd say I'm craving like a smoothie right now, like some sort of smoothie, like a peach smoothie or something like that. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to start Airtime and meet a whole lot of new people that are joining Pilot City, and excited to see what their projects are about. I looked at the Discord and I saw that some people are already discussing what their project is about, so that's pretty cool. But yes, I'm just chilling right now and just looking forward to meet a lot of new people. And I'll go ahead and pass it on to Timmy.
All right, what's up? I'm feeling like 7.653 of, I would say, Jamaica. Just happy to be here. Happy to see new kids come for Airtime, like I did when I was a freshman. Last 24 hours, I had my induction ceremony for Upward Bound, so kind of hyped because I had that yesterday. Ate a lot of food, took a lot of pictures, met a lot of people. So just excited to see new projects, see new upcoming minds, and pass to Noah.
Appreciate it, Tim. I'm feeling good too, just like everyone else. I'm feeling a 9.42 cups of Pokemon cards. I know that's not a drink, but I figured like we have the Pokemon cards on deck right now, so I had to say it. I had to say it, and I just made tons of content for the Airtime. So a lot of the videos on the video ask are made by me, as well as the transitions. So I'm just feeling good as well, and I'll pass it to Jeff.
Thank you, Noah. All right, I am Jeff Louie. I'm one of the program directors. I am feeling a 9.679 of Teas with Meaning. So that's a plug for one of our employers, but she came through. I actually recovered from COVID too, like a week and a half ago, and I told her, and she sent me some of the best tea I've ever had. She's got one called Dignity, and my kids drank it, and they usually don't drink tea, so just kind of plugging that. And she's local, based out of Oakland. But yeah, for the last 24 hours, just getting employers kind of all set up for y'all. I was really excited because this is the first time that I drove over to an employer and in one day got their program set up, because I told her that we have to get it up before this event, and it is ready for y'all, and it is Casa Sanchez Foods, and I think you're going to like that project. And last night we also launched another project for the East Palo Alto Senior Center, so just been working hard to get these projects up so you have a lot of choices. And I'm excited to be here. Love to see the team. And I'll pass it back to Derek.
All right. Cool. Oh man, my computer's definitely being challenged right now with all the stuff going on. I need a gaming computer. So we're all good. That's the vibe check. That's what we do in the Pilot City culture. We share how we're doing from 0 to 10 and beverage of choice. Go ahead and put into the live chat. If you're on YouTube, put onto the Zoom in the general chat. Put into the general chat in Discord what you're feeling. 0 to 10, beverage of choice. That all works. You might have been doing it when we came into your class to present, something like that. But thank you all for sharing your vibe check, team. So what we're gonna do now is actually do a little introduction of Noah, our video ask host, and our host in general. So if we can spotlight Noah here, and I think we shall be good. Noah, you want to give everyone a idea of who you are and what you're all about?
Yeah, appreciate it, Derek. What's up, guys? My name is Noah. I'm currently a second-year college student at UCI, majoring in data science, but I do have a passion for video making. And when I went through the PilotCity program 2 years ago in 2020, that was a project that I was looking for. So I interned for a company called Typeform, and a project that I worked on with them was interviewing local businesses and sharing their story through video. And overall, I had a great experience with PilotCity. So I'm here to give back, here to help out Derek and the team with airtime and everything else video related. So you'll probably see this face around a lot if you go into our airtime lobby. The video ask videos there are all made by me. I'll be hosting this event synchronously, asynchronously with transitions. So you'll see me around. I'll be a familiar face. So hope to get to know you guys throughout this event.
All right, great. And what we're going to do now is play a little video that Noah has made called How to Make Money Online. So let's see what Noah has to say about that. Everyone enjoy, and we'll see you back in just a little bit.
So, you want to make some money while sitting at home, and not just chump change Christmas money that you got from grandma. I'm talking real solid money. Well, you came to the right place. I'm Noah from Pilot City, and this, not this, and this is how you make money online. Now, here's the thing. There are tons of ways to make money during this pandemic. You got stuff like YouTube, blogs, reselling, online shops and services, but there are problems with all of those. YouTube's monetization requirements are ridiculous. You've been making videos for months without a penny coming in the bank. If you start a blog, it's going to end up on the 14th page of Google. You could resell stuff like sneakers or whatever this is, but you'll never be able to buy anything because bots can buy stuff faster than you can. You can start your own shop like a thing brand, but you have to invest so much money in the beginning on making it, and we don't have that kind of money. We're broke teenagers, and you could do some online services or gigs, but trust, that's a dark road to go on. I've had personal experience with some company, I'm not gonna say this, but the first thing they did when I was hired was just access all the content phone. Hella sketchy, man. And I know what you're thinking. Why are you telling me this? Noah, you're the least inspiring I've ever met. Noah, you need a new haircut. I mean, you're kinda right though. I'm telling you this because there's a much better way to make money online. One where you work for real, reputable companies. One where you can add a real to your resume. One with real dough, and that not many people know about. Ladies and gentlemen, is getting in Pilot City. Pilot City is they connect the companies and others who are looking for interns. That way you don't have to look for help wanted signs, because it's all in one place. And yes, you can choose the company you want. I personally went through their flagship last summer for a survey company called I had a great, and I would have never known about them if it wasn't for Pilot City. Links down below, check them out. Tell your friends, parents, your target, make subscribe. As a video, I have like 50 support Pilot. Go subscribe. You get to see more of this face. I don't know if you want that or not, but you should subscribe anyway. We'll be doing some more stuff. Who even knows, man? We also have the Instagram down below in the description. There's just links in the description, man. Go to the and like read everything. The description is a good place to be. So go there. Stay safe, everyone. My name is Noah. Signing off. Peace out.
All right, everybody, I am back online. Thank you all for watching that video. That's our boy Noah. And Yes, there are paid internships in our program, but there also are unpaid internships in our program. So we do have a little bit of both. But the most important thing when you're actually in our program is be sure to choose a project that you actually are excited about. Be sure to choose a project that you are motivated to build a solution for. Be sure to choose a project that you're going to be proud of when you're actually done with the project. That is really what's key when you're actually in our program. Okay, so always choose a project that you're mostly motivated by. If you haven't chose a project yet, for those who are actually doing a project right now, you're almost done. Great, complete it. And if you want to start another project, choose another project that's actually motivating for you to do, despite whether it's paid or unpaid. But please do look at the ones that you want to do if you are looking for paid only. In the actual START program, you'll see which ones are paid and unpaid. So what we're going to do now is share some reasons why our program is useful. In this interactive kiosk, you can actually find this on the front page of our website, where you can start a demo, why join, FAQ, share the program, follow us. This is basically like the same as our Airtime kiosk. What we're going to do is click on the why join and check out some of the reasons why students join our program.
Why join? It's important that the stars of our show, our students, understand the value of being an intern at PilotCity. Take a look at some of the benefits and opportunities that come with joining PilotCity as a student.
So we got a lot of reasons why students like our program in general. We find that a lot of our students gain confidence in themselves while in our program. Why is that? I find that a lot of students are just experiencing experiences that they've never experienced before. So they actually create a new perimeter, a new boundary, a new understanding of themselves. And through that understanding of themselves, they discover basically what they actually are valuable at, what they are good at, and what they do find confidence in. So we find a lot of students gain confidence in themselves while in our program. And students also discover their talents in our program. What does that mean? It basically means that students discover their strengths. They discover things that they can 10x on. They discover things that they are really actually pretty damn good at. Students also find out things that they're not good at too, which is actually equally useful. Because when you find out things that you are not good at, you can put that into another bucket and focus on things that you do want to do. So discover your talents while in our program over the weekend. Students also stand out in college applications. Don't know who here is a freshman or sophomore or junior or senior, but you can stand out in college applications with an internship on your resume and on your personal statements. That's really key and really powerful because, you know, SATs and ACTs are kind of out the door now, right? With the whole like pandemic kind of like removal of it. But anyways, you can stand out amongst a lot of other things that are going on people's applications for college. Meet new friends. You might be coming from one school of about 60, 70 schools in our program. So meet new people on Discord today. Meet new friends on Discord this weekend. Meet new friends on our Zoom, on our wherever it may be. You can meet new people. And then when you're in our internship program too, you can also meet a lot of new people who are doing motivating things as well that you'll be excited about as well. Discover what motivates you in general. Find out what your energy source is. Find out what you really care about. And grow yourself as a person. That's really key as well. Build up that resume. Have something on there that's useful for you. Build up a portfolio of things that you're actually proud of and actually want to be on there. And have something that you can share for years to come. And build up that network. Build up your network because people are the ones that give you opportunities, right? And when you say yes to those opportunities that people give to you, a door seems to open. And when you go through that door, guess what's behind those doors? There's more doors. It's kind of like planting a seed in some soil, giving it some water, some sunlight, some love, and then it sprouts and it grows into a tree trunk. And then that tree trunk grows into branches. And those branches, you know, bear fruit. And those are the opportunities that you can get. That's the luck that you can actually obtain. So build up that network while in our program. And save money and save time choosing the right path for you. I told a lot of people this while I was in class presentations this last few months. But I studied architecture. And guess what I'm doing now? not architecture. So save money and save time choosing the right path for you, and find out things that you're good at, what things that you're not good at. Find out things that you do want to do, what you don't want to do right now, so you don't have to go bust a Yui later and go change your path. So those are some of the reasons why students like our program, and we're excited to have you all join our program if you have not started a program yet. So just as a reminder for everyone who has joined our program already. So let's go back now and check out this quick video of some of our alumni team members and why they like Pilot City. Enjoy.
Pilot City's kind of goated out here.
If I hadn't been a Pilot City student, I wouldn't have gained the opportunity to learn from talented people in the fields I'm interested in.
If I weren't a Pilot City student, I would have never had the chance to meet some great friends and work on projects bigger than myself.
I would have never gained the confidence when it came to public speaking.
I wouldn't know that I can talk to adults in professional settings as a teenager.
I wouldn't have known how confident I was in my career choice and how easy making connections and using them is.
I never would have realized the potential I have, and I never would have gotten the opportunity to branch outside projects that are beyond myself and that can help innovate the future.
I wouldn't have known how to get into the professional world, but all the business and networking opportunities really helped me kickstart my career.
You should join us.
All right, everybody. So since I'm here live with you all right now, and since some of you all may not actually be in our program right now, I'm going to give you all a live demo of our program. So for new people and for people who are in our program right now, let's give you all a refresher just so you have some idea of what we see with our program and how you see it, and we can align on how we all see our program so that you all can be successful, okay? So what you would do first as a Pilot City student is you would create an account and then sign in and then make a portfolio, and then you see this landing page. When you see this landing page, what you'll do first is click on this Explore Employers button on the right-hand side. When you click on the Explore Employers button, you'll see a list of different employers and their respective projects in our program. So there's projects of all kinds in our program. There's projects where you can help a podcast grow their listener base. You can code a voice assistant for Alan AI. You can create an interactive quiz for a natural hair care brand called AvoCurl. You can create how-to videos for Be a Mentor. You can work for Casa Sanchez, which is brand new. I'm not even going to try to read this right now. Actually, let's do it. Safety is core to everyone's lives. At Casa Sanchez Foods, workplace safety is a full-time job where employees start safe, work safe, and finish safe. Use your creativity to make short safety videos of 5 minutes or less to highlight the safety theme of the month for both manufacturing our plant and distribution to our 800 stores. You choose the media platform of your choice, which could be TikTok, animation, or YouTube. That is awesome. I look forward to that one. That one sounds really fun, actually. So Casa Sanchez, pick that one. A brand new employer. 0 participants in it right now. High chances of winning an internship. Choose Local San Mateo is also a new one. Come learn an outreach and business development skills and working with a global tech company that is helping grow local economic activity in San Mateo County. You will create a grassroots marketing campaign to get local businesses to become redeeming businesses and earn cash from the county. That's exciting as well, especially from San Mateo. But please choose it anyways if you're not from San Mateo. So there's projects of all kinds you can work on. You can design clothes in our program and streetwear. You can code apps for Dillman Emporium Antiquities for buyers and sellers who collect collectibles. You can work on East Palo Alto Senior Center to help digitally transform and upgrade their organization, and utilizing your digital skills to design a new website for event calendars. You can work on digital literacy programs to join the mission to bridge the digital divide and help seniors learn modern technologies. There are projects of all kinds, an interactive quiz for Hella Healthy Essentials. There are projects of all kinds you can work on. And when you're ready to choose one, you essentially just click on the Start Program button on the bottom right of a program card. And then when you click on that Start Program button, you'll get to the Start Program screen where you mark a few qualifications to get into the program. You can also preview it here on the left-hand side if you are not sure. And then you can click on this Program Checkout button on the very bottom. When you click on that Program Checkout button, you'll click on the enter code button if you're not in the program already, and you're going to type in the code that we will have for everyone to join a program, which is here. And then when you click on, you copy and paste it here, and then you click on start program, you'll then be entered into the program. So what just happened, you essentially just explored employers, you chose one, you used a sponsorship code to get in, and now you're in the program. So what is the program though? Essentially, it's a series of these activities on the left-hand side that guide you in building a project for the employer. And then eventually you can get an interview and an offer for an internship. So essentially, it's a series of unlockable activities that you complete to get an internship. So we're going to go through each activity very briefly now, just so you have some idea of what the program is all about. So essentially, this first one here is reading the project scope. Essentially, it's the details of the project and its specifications. So this takes like 10 minutes to read or so. After that, you'll join our online student community, which is our Discord server. That's not the event Airtime server, it's actually our program server. So there's two servers you're going to be joining, Airtime and this one here, which is for our program. Okay, so you have two servers, but we'll mostly communicate on Airtime this weekend. So you'll join our online student community on Discord. After that, you can work together as a team on a project. So you can work together or you can work individually. Either or works just fine. You can also work together and now watch videos that the employers have made for you. So these are essentially our short videos that the employers have made to train you on the details of the project itself. So these videos are made by employers. So who the heck is this guy? This is actually the CEO of Artemis Foods, and he essentially is sharing with you how he would want you to approach this market research project, and you watch it and learn about what he wants. And Artemis Foods is a biotech company, and what they do is they grow meat. So this is the CEO sharing with you how he would want you to approach this market research project. So you'll watch short videos that the employers have made for you to research the details of the project. After that, you'll research links, research articles, research content. You'll research links that the employers have provided to you, so you can actually learn about the details and resources of the actual project itself. So this should be very helpful for you to essentially understand more about this. And by the way, the workshops will go deeper into this. So the workshop today will talk about train, and this one here, research. So come to the workshop today to go deeper on the details of train and research. After that, now you can start to tinker around and log in however many minutes you spend on the actual program. So if you spend 60 minutes brainstorming, log in 60 minutes. This is a way to document all the time you spent on the project. After that, you'll have to now ideate on what the project actually is. So what is the idea for your project? What is the problem or opportunity that you're solving for the employer? What's the solution or the product that you're building for the employer? What's the innovation or the unique value of what you're creating for the employer? Who's the user? Who's the customer? Who are you building the project for? Save it as a draft and then make it into a final draft. You can always come back to it and edit the final draft too. And after that, you can now write the pitch, which essentially is a short, sweet, and concise summary of your idea in a one-sentence format, in an elevator format, as if you're talking to somebody about it. So note that we have our first workshop tomorrow morning after our opening session, where you can have a workshop on ideate and pitch. So please come to that and learn more from us on how to best write these two activities. Now you can start to ask questions to other students who are in the same program as you, and you can help each other out and ask each other questions, answer each other's questions, upvote each other, and all the best questions and answers will kind of bubble up to the very top. So note that when employers are coming today and tomorrow and Sunday, we're going to ask them questions that are on this forum activity. Let me repeat that again. When employers are coming live today, tomorrow, and Sunday, we will essentially be asking them the questions from the forum activity as a base. And then in addition to that, you can all ask live questions too. So please add more questions that you don't see in the forum, and then upvote the ones that you do see, and we're going to ask the employers these forum questions in the live sessions today, tomorrow, and Sunday, okay? So just want to let you all know that. But essentially, this is where you're going to get help from the employers this weekend. And once you're done with the forum and ask questions, got answers, now you can log your process, log your progress, log your milestones for the project. So this is like a journal or a diary where you can upload images of your process. You can upload images and screenshots of your process. You can upload images and screenshots of your milestones. So you can show the employer your progress as you actually do it. And now you can make a demo video that demonstrates and presents your project in a short and sweet video. Not too short, but not too long. Like, it's basically a limit of like 5 minutes is the default, but you want to make basically a 5-minute or less demo video that demonstrates what you created for the employer. It doesn't need to be fancy, but it definitely needs to be detailed and comprehensive so you know what the employers are actually doing. So this is pretty fancy, but it doesn't need to be. You can just hop on a Zoom with your friends, with your team members, and then hit record and then upload on YouTube. It just has to be in the YouTube format, okay? So you have to upload it on YouTube, but you can record it anywhere you want, okay? And you can, the key thing is to show the contents of the project. That's key. And then finally, this is my favorite activity. This is the interview activity. And this essentially is be able to click on start the interview, and then the employers pop up with their interview questions. And then the employer will ask their question.
Hey there, how's it going?
In this case, I'm asking you as an example why you chose a project. And you click on record your answer. And then you pop up to answer the question. And then you can answer the question. And you can take however many times you want. So I say I chose Artemis Foods because I really like biotech and marketing, and I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do in life. So I'm doing this one so I can learn about which direction to go in.
Many times you want.
So what's cool about this system, everyone, is that you get to review what you just recorded. And if you don't like it, you can hit no and re-record your answer. And when you're ready to hit yes, you can hit yes. So essentially, you can practice interviewing while doing the real interview. And then when you click yes, the next question pops up, and then you answer those questions. And then once you're done with that, the interview, you then click on submit to essentially submit your answers. And then boom, now you wait for the employer to essentially give you an offer. And then once you get the offer, which is likely after the hackathon, after the deadline on Tuesday, the moment of truth, you get an offer for an internship. And that internship offer includes things like the position title. It includes things like the compensation, the hours involved in the internship, the dates involved, what the internship project is, which, by the way, is the project that you already started for the most part. Is there a possibility of continuation or rehire? A lot of our interns I found are getting rehired by their employers, so there's definitely chances of this. Is it in person? Is it digital? Most of it's digital, by the way. And also who the employer of record is, which is a detail that doesn't really pertain to you all knowing what that means. And then you can accept the internship or decline it, and then off you go. You go into the internship to learn more about you, to learn more about your capabilities, to learn more about your goals. And we know that's your first internship, so we actually got you covered with a mobile web app / web app. So we're actually going to have a web app this year, so this is kind of like a version of last year, but essentially you're going to be able to clock in and clock out. You have weekly meetings with your employer. You have a directory of information to contact them if needed. You have a library of content, like workshops to learn how to be a better intern. You even have deliverables to complete, so that you know what you're doing at every moment of time. And that is our program. That is our program in one big nutshell. Okay, that is our program. So what I want to do now is I want to get into sharing new employers and highlighting new employers that are valuable, that you all may have interest in. I do want also everyone who doesn't have an account with PilotCity to sign up for an account as well. And then what we can do is then kind of come back in to essentially come back in to essentially talk about mentorship and co-working for the remainder of the time, and then go into our meetings with our employers. Okay, so I'm going to now transition into talking to our team member Jeff, and so I will transition into this now. And again, I know it's going to be a little choppy with the Zoom, and we're going to try to fix that for tomorrow. But we're going to have to bear with us for today because our infrastructure is set up for the session already. So apologize for the Zoom being choppy, and we'll work with it. We'll roll with the punches. We got to be optimists here, okay? So we're going to now pass it over to Jeff to essentially share new employers that you may want to actually work with, because there's very little students in those programs, so you can get a higher chance of getting an internship if you want to do a second project, if you've done one already. Or if you're new, you can do those projects and get a high chance of winning an internship. Okay, so Jeff, I'll pass it over to you. Okay, I don't know where Jeff is. Jeff, when you're around, please let me know. In the meantime, I'm gonna play them. I'm gonna play the Oh, here he is. All right. All right. Let me transition. All right. So Jeff, you are live. Go for it. It's all you.
Oh, give me a second. Let me find my mouse here. Too many screens. Give me just a moment. So we're going to talk to a little bit. I think, Derek, you covered some of those employers already. I don't know. I had a little bit of a technical issue here. One second. Give me a moment. I can get my mouse back. There we go. All right. So let me share my screen. Can I share my screen, Derek? All right, so we're going to go over some of the new programs that have become live recently. We're always adding new ones. And so we've had employers that have been around for the last couple months, but we've gotten a couple of new ones. And I wanted to highlight those for you. We're going to play a little video for everyone as well. The newest one that we just promoted is Casa Sanchez Foods. So that one is fun. Linda Renteria, who is the COO, will be joining us at about 5:30, so you'll get to learn about that. But basically the idea is that if you have a passion for creating fun videos, they're basically looking for students who can create fun safety videos. And it can be animated, it could be fun. And so when you go through this project, you'll be working on different themes around safety. And they want to use these videos for their employees. Now, one of the catches is going to be is they are looking for someone who is bilingual. So that's something to kind of keep in mind if you're considering that project. Another one I want to highlight for us that I just posted yesterday is the East Palo Alto Senior Center. And so today we're also going to have Bridget Grant, and we're going to have Miss Grant, who's the executive director for the East Palo Alto Senior Center. They're going to be joining us. And this project is, so if you're someone who likes to work with seniors and you want to support a local nonprofit, this project, they could really use someone who has a web background and they need a website. If you go look for them anywhere, they just don't have a centralized website, so they could use that resource. And the sky's the limit for them. They've got a passionate community out there. If you're from East Palo Alto, this is a great project for you. I wanted to also highlight now Generations Connections. So Catherine and Hugh are going to be joining us today as well. So you'll get to learn about them. They're a pretty recent project as well. This one is one where when you go through the project, you're going to be developing a digital curriculum. So again, if you like working with seniors, you have, and most of you all have a background in something digital, right? So you could be doing everything from teaching WhatsApp, you could be teaching how to stay safe online. You develop basically a curriculum, and they will take you through a course and a curriculum on how to become good at teaching digital literacy. So this will be fun for you if you've got that background and want to give back into another nonprofit. Let's see, what's next? Choose Local. Choose Local is also another recent one. I think we posted that about 2 weeks ago. And you're going to be meeting Aaron Landers. And Aaron is actually entrepreneurship all over the place, right? He's part of all these pop-ups. But the company had developed this app called Choose Local. It's an app by Kolu. And what you'll be doing is you'll be working with Aaron and learning outreach techniques. So you'll be teaching the businesses how to use the app. And the thing about it is that you'll be turning these businesses from participating to register. What does that mean? Is that these businesses can actually make money by using the app. They just don't know that yet. So you'll be going out and doing outreach. So if you like to go talk to local businesses and you're community oriented, this is a good project for you. Yeah, another one we just posted as well a couple days ago is Ruth Weiss. Let's see if I can find that here. Yeah, right here. Ruth Weiss. So the Ruth Weiss Foundation. For those of you who don't know Ruth Weiss, she is one of the many people who pushed in the beat culture. And so if you're passionate about art, you're creative, this role or this internship is an opportunity where you will help map out the journey for the Beatmobile. And what they're going to be doing is they're going to be going to these universities and going to these locations of art and trying to find poets. So you'll be helping this journey for this Beatmobile to go out and promote and put out this basically poet competition, right? And so you're going to be developing marketing, you're going to be doing you're going to be social media and developing this roadmap for the Ruth Weiss Foundation. All right. Hella Healthy Essentials. She is also another new one. If you like working with she's a passionate startup who got started during the pandemic, and she learned about the benefits of CMOS. So she uses that CMOS in all her products. She's local, based out of Oakland, and she's basically looking for you to develop an online quiz. So this is similar to one of the other projects we have that got a lot of interest. This one's new, so there's definitely some more opportunities. If you know how to basically set up an online quiz using Jotform, using Typeform, anything, Google Forms, you'll be using that to help her promote her website. All right, and then another one that I promoted earlier is Teas with Meaning, and that is down here. So Teas with Meaning, Camilla is another amazing, passionate entrepreneur who started this business. She's a cancer survivor and developed the idea of teas. And so she's actually on vacation right now, taking some time off, finding that healthy space for herself. So she wasn't able to join us today. But if you're interested, basically you'll be creating TikTok videos to help promote her brand. So if you're good at TikTok, you like marketing, and you love tea, this is a good project for you. If you happen to live in Elk Grove, a project that we got started is the Elk Grove Unified School District project. So you'd be working with their equity in education. So if equity in education and diversity, equity and inclusion are important to you, what you'll be doing is helping implement a school-wide campaign. You'll be working with the whole district, right? You wouldn't just different schools, the whole district, to basically set up these campaigns to teach and gather more interest around the idea of equity. And another one of the new ones that kind of goes under the radar is Dillman's, and I know that Derek mentioned that a little bit. Basically, you'd be building a mobile app from the ground up, and this is something where Derek, the founder of this, he hasn't got it started yet, so you'd be at the forefront of building something new. So this is one of those, the sky's the limit with a project like this, and you'll basically be learning from him what are the processes of basically developing a new system for collectibles. Right? He wants to do a reverse version of another version of an eBay. So again, this is another fun project if you want to be part of a startup. And I wanted to highlight a couple more. There's one more. Let's see. Let's highlight Onyx Village Connection. This one's been around for a while, and last year we did work with Onyx Village, where the students built a mobile app. And Onyx Village Connection is a nonprofit based out of East Palo Alto, and they work in the Bay Area. And they help the homeless, and they help those who are in need for food. This project is a little interesting because what you want the students to do is to develop a method to collect those stories. We feel like sometimes those people, their stories go unheard, and what we're challenging you to do is come up with a way to, how do you collect those stories? How do you approach those people with empathy and develop a system, a digital system, to collect those stories, and we can make sure that their voices are heard. So that's why this is a meaningful project. It's interesting because some people might be worried, like, how do I actually go interview homeless people? And that might not be really the thing. The idea is that you might just be creating the system to allow OVC to do it well. Let's see. I also want to, let's highlight Fast Signs. Fast Signs Oakland. If you ever heard of Fast Signs, they basically do signage. And a lot of people they're not quite sure. Well, how do I work for a sign company? Do they just make posters? Well, actually, this company, they do large signage, and they work with a lot of businesses in and around Oakland and Hayward. Linda is an amazing entrepreneur herself, and with this team, they have the challenge where they have actually a lot of leads. And so the idea behind this project is that you'll be helping them develop a decision-making tree. So if you have a business background, if you like to deal with lead generation, this is a project where you can meet that challenge. And that's it. And what I'd like to do now, Derek, if you can hear me, is I'd like to play that video. So we've compiled some 45-second pitches from some of our other employers that will give you kind of a reason to listen to. Derek, can you cue that up?
Yep. All right, everyone. So what I'm going to do now is play the employer pitches that these new employers have crafted for you all. And these new pitches from these new employers give you a perspective from them themselves on what the project's all about. So enjoy this video.
Well, I'll wait for Derek to see if he's got that video ready to go.
And enjoy.
Hi, my name is Bridget Grant, and I'm the assistant to the executive director at the East Palo Alto Senior Center. We need a web page design that is senior friendly and we can use for calendaring, fundraising, and show pictures of our past activities. The center has a diverse group of seniors, and there are multiple activities that are planned for them on a daily basis.
Very awesome, thank you.
They enjoy the camaraderie among the different cultures here. And the reason that we chose you is because we know that you're young and innovative, and you can get the project done. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Carrie and I'm a program educator for Student Equity Councils with Elk Grove Unified's Department of Educational Equity. Thank you so much for taking your time to be here today. Our goal as a department is to create a more culturally sensitive school system where student success and experiences are no longer determined by categories such as race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, religion, and so forth. I am a firm believer that individuals closest to the problems often hold the solution as well, and no one is impacted more by the education system than you, students. So join us this summer where you'll be creating recruitment materials and strategies for our student equity councils and design a prototype for anti-racist pop-ups.
I'm Dr. Montgomery, and you can call me Dr. Mo. I am the co-founder of the Ruth Weiss Foundation, and the reason you should pick this project is because it's a continuation of the history of values that we care about a lot. And those values are compassion, originality, and tolerance. And when you're working with our foundation, you will find that that's our search, that's what we're searching for, and you'll become a part of that. And that will better the world through poetry and finding great artists in our country.
Hi, my name is Karen Getch, and I'm the Media and Marketing Manager for Be a Mentor. We're looking forward to seeing all the videos that are submitted for our project. We're a youth-serving organization, and we want to hear from the youth. We want to know what you have to say, what you think about mentoring. So we're super excited to watch all of your videos, and we look forward to having a few of you working with us on future videos.
Hi, my name is Rose Vega. I am the Operations Manager at Cap City Co-working. Cap City Co-working is a co-working facility located in Oak Park, Sacramento. We do offer other things besides just co-working memberships. We try to do a lot with the community as well. This project would be great because it involves a number of interests. If you're into social media, if you like video editing, if you just like being creative, if you want to get into marketing, This project can offer a lot for you to add to your portfolio as well as having fun.
So, Crosstown Corridors project, well, it's the funnest project you can select. I'm Dave Campbell with Bike East Bay, Advocacy Director. I'm out here on Telegraph Avenue in Oakland. And we did a pop-up bikeway here a few years ago. And now, a few years later, we have a permanent protected bike lane and a much safer intersection for pedestrians to cross. If you select the San Leandro Crosstown Corridors project, you'll have the most fun, and you'll leave a legacy, a permanent change, hopefully, to your street that makes it safer for everyone in the future.
Hello, my name is James Gardner. I'm a program manager at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. I help run a couple of biotech manufacturing R&D programs that have supported well over 70 companies and research institutions in their development of new bioproducts as alternatives to fossil-based products to help tackle climate change, reduce pollution, and protect Earth's ecosystems. All this coordination requires lots of project management effort, and we need interns to help automate our workflows, working with Smartsheet, Google Suite, using advanced tools where needed, such as Zapier and Python, so that we can spend more time helping more groups in their R&D, so that we can advance the bioeconomy that much faster.
Hey everyone, this is Joe Rule. I'm the founder and the owner of Raconteur Animation out of Austin, Texas. And this internship we're going to be working on, or you would be working on a project to connect us with robotics companies who are developing cool new technology, new robotics technology, and you would actually have the opportunity to not only develop marketing procedures to reach those people, but actually be in direct contact with project managers within those companies. And in addition to that, I believe we're also going to have a chance for you guys to learn some basic 3D animation principles that myself and my team will be teaching as well. So hope you apply and that we get to work with you.
Hello, my name is Christian Sabraja, and I'm the Executive Director and Co-Founder of Cool Line Team of East Palo Alto. Here at Cool Line Team of East Palo Alto, we create free virtual and in-person programs for children in low-income communities to teach them leadership and teamwork skills. We digital asynchronous special program for our students that we can share widely and many, many more students than we ever can with an in-person event.
Hello everyone, my name is Felicia and I am the owner of Skincare by Felicia. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of what my project is. So I make soaps and creams and scrubs and lip balms, and what I'm looking for is a team or someone who can rebrand it, which means new packaging, new logo, fresh ideas, new colors. And in fact, here's a couple of the items I wanted to show you. I'm not even showing you what the current look is, but I want you guys to work on something new and fresh. Give me your new, fresh perspective. As you can see, I'm in my studio where I make everything where I like to say the magic happens. So this is where I make all the products, and I would love for you to give me a fresh, new look. So hopefully you will bid on my project. Thanks.
All right, everyone. That is the employer pitches, and that's exciting to see all the employers who were recording pitches. They spent their time recording those so that you all can understand more deeply what they're up to and what they're working on. So please choose out some of those employers that Jeff just mentioned, some of the employers that are in those pitches, and we'll go from there. So for those who have not signed up for a PilotCity.com account yet, I do want everyone to go to PilotCity.com/signup and sign up for a PilotCity.com account now. And get your account rolling and get it going and get it flowing, because we're going to now have you all sign up account make a portfolio, and then explore employers and join a program of your choice. So just to let everyone know, when you have signed up, we also do have a sponsorship code for you all to use. And this sponsorship code essentially is where you click on enter code. This is the code that you copy and paste to get into a program of your choice. So this is good for people who are new to Pilot City and want to join a program right now. Use this code to get in. We're going to post this in the Discord. We'll post this in the Zoom right now. And what we'll do is also put a place to put it onto Video Ask as well. So please look out for that in Discord, in the general chat. Please look for it in the Zoom, in the general chat, and we'll put it on Video Ask as well. So please use this code for those who are new. For those who are not new, but may want to join another program to get an opportunity for another internship, feel free to use this code as well to get into a program of your choice, in addition to your current program too, okay? So this code will be posted in, again, the Discord general channel, in the Zoom as well, and also on Video Ask when we are ready. All right, so with that said, what we're going to do now is transition a little bit. So what I'm going to do now is just do some co-working right now, if everyone doesn't mind. Actually, let me just do that right now. That might be kind of fun to kind of be with everyone here. So I'm going to right now copy and paste that sponsorship code into Zoom. So enter code upon program checkout. That thing's worth $300 each, okay? So use wisely. And I'm going to post it also into our Discord so you can all get access to it on Discord as well, okay? And we also do have an employer coming up as well in just a moment, so stay tuned. We're not going to, we got a couple more things to share before we all kind of let you all do your thing and continue to listen. In the meantime, let's do some co-working right now. All right, I just posted on Discord, so I'll go ahead and pin that in case anyone wants to use that to get into a program of their choice. Actually, let me go ahead and add everyone for that, just so everyone has an idea of, can be pinged on it as well. So again, if you're not on Discord yet, please hop on Discord because we're giving out tokens right now, or a sponsorship code. All right, just posted that. So everyone can use that to enter code upon program checkout. All right, enjoy that. And now I'll go back in OBS here. And so I do want to let everyone know that for the remainder of the day, please ask for mentorship from alumni by summoning a mentor on Discord, and it'll at all our mentors so that they can hop into your breakout voice channel so we can help you and continue to work on your project now. And then also note that we will have employers hopping on in 5 minutes. So Casa Sanchez, Unpossible Cuts, Pell Learning, East Palo Alto Senior Center, Generations Connections, Choose Local San Mateo County, all coming up between now, 5:30, and 8:30 p.m. And then we'll have 2 workshops going on at 8:30 And then another one going on at 8:40. So 8:30 is on Ikigai and purpose and meaning. And 8:40 is what to look for in trained videos and research links. And then we'll have pinups from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So please sign up for pinups on our PilotCity.com/Airtime 2022 kiosk event lobby. Okay? So those are what's coming up between now and 11 p.m. 6 employers, 2 workshops, and pinup sessions at the end of the day. Will be a very fun time. So what we got going on now is we have a little commercial on mentorship, and then we'll play a quick airtime video and then transition into employers in a little bit. So everyone, thank you for listening for this first session. We're gonna now transition into talking to our employers in just a little bit. Enjoy the rest of the show, enjoy the event. Please bring your friends, tell them to come, tell them to watch this, share this out widely, and we shall have some fun.
It is time for the meat and bone. Actually working on a project and picking up a mentor while you're at it. Start advancing your Build Projects to Win Internships program. While you're co-working, tune into our live stream. Make yourself a team booth, aka a voice channel on Discord. You can schedule a pinup to get live feedback. Hit up a workshop to re-up your skills. If your employer's here, join the session. Bro, like, you got this. Like, for real. This is the final stretch, man. Get those projects turned in.
Hello there.
Hello, I'm Grace Zhang.
Hi, my name is Ikigai.
Hi, I'm Kavya. I'm a freshman.
Hi there, my name is Jack and I'm a junior.
And I'm in 9th grade.
And I am an upcoming senior at Monroe Catholic High School.
We are a team of Royal High School students.
And this is my project for Artemis Foods.
And this is our project demo for Uber.
Today, I'll be giving a demo of my app for Onyx Village Connection.
I chose Typeform because I really want to help small businesses.
Today we'll be talking about our project, the Solar Controller.
Today we're going to be talking about a new sustainable method to harvest energy that will be perfect for this bike path project.
The goal of our project is to speed up the process of onboarding new partners.
Our goal is to create a platform that can organize youth community service.
Natural light is one of the best resources to use in households.
I modeled it, I printed it, and I put it together.
OptiViro uses a variety of sensors to get an accurate description of your home.
Understanding how and why various people make dietary decisions will be crucial to Artemis Foods' marketing success.
Keep every memory you have from the past to the present to the future.
And in a few years, hopefully you can have OptiViro built into your house.
We can only hope that our website can help to accomplish this goal and inspire a future generation of people.
We just want everyone to play their part so we can have a safe future.
Thank you so much for listening.
And thanks for watching.
All right, all. We'll be back in just a little bit and get started with some employers. In the meantime, enjoy some reels again, and we'll talk to you all in just a couple minutes, all right?
I'm Brian Bejarano. I am a student from Antioch High School. Thank you.
Pictures are one of the most common ways to remember your loved ones, but there's so much they don't convey. A portrait of someone will never show all of the distinctive features that make them unique. That's why my project, Remembering Their Smiles, uses 3D scanning technology to create realistic 3D face portraits as well as Lego-based superhero action figures as legacy projects for the families of the terminally ill children at George Marks Children's Home. Now, we will use 3D scanning technology to create models of the children's head, which we will then use to make various projects, which will all improve upon the normal picture.
Hi, I'm Isabella.
And I'm Nandana.
Creating a legacy is one of the greatest driving forces in life. Making memories with loved ones is precious, and for some, like the children at George Marks Children's House, the time to make memories is short. That's why we created a legacy project design that dying children can have fun and creatively customizing.
Our memory box has customizable wall panels for the kids to make their own and can store items for families to remember their child by. This project will not only allow the children to create something lasting to carry on their legacy, but will also allow the children to normalize their experiences and be creative. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Juliana Hermagina.
Have you ever suffered from a grief and wished that you had something to hold your memories together, to look back on, to remember the good times with that special person? To help cope with that feeling, I have created a photo with a QR code embedded to unlock an album that would be filled with photos and videos to capture the moments that you have once experienced with your loved one. To use the product, they would need to use their phones to scan the QR code. The QR code will then bring the customer to an album that would hold all of their photos and videos of the loved ones that they choose. With the help of the QR code photo, the user will be overcome with a sense of nostalgia as they reminisce on all the memories that they want to relive with their loved one.
Hi, my name is Matthew Chandler. At George
We believe that every day we can do something to make a difference.
We believe that education is the key to success.
And we value people who understand that this is not just a business, but this is a business that's also trying to help people.
Looking at new ways, new products, new approaches.
You may say we're innovators, but really our mission is to build a better tomorrow.
Because right now we have a great opportunity to make changes. And to do that, we need the voices of everyone in the community.
So that we can all have a fairer and more just kind of society.
Thank you for joining us on this mission.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
Okay. Hey, Linda, just give me one more second. Just getting some technical things going. So if you can bear with me, give me a moment. All right. Linda, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. So
can you guys hear me?
I can. Thanks for waiting patiently. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background with our going live. So there's a lot of stuff that's in front of us here. So thanks for being patient. Very excited about having Casa Sanchez be an employer in our program, FYI. I see your products on the shelves at Whole Foods all the time. And I'm always like, ooh, I want to get them as an employer. And so it was actually a pleasant surprise to actually have Jeff share that you're actually going to be an employer. So this is awesome. Linda, maybe you can go first by just sharing more about who you are and what brought you here and what brought you to Casa Sanchez as well.
So my name is Linda Renteria, and my background is in engineering. I'm a civil engineer with a master's degree in engineering construction management. What brought me to Casa Sanchez is I married the Sanchez in Casa Sanchez, so I married to the business. So I was working in construction engineering before this, then took some time off for the kids, and now back with the business since 2010. to help the company grow. And my job is the corporate operations officer, so I handle all of safety, leases, insurance, employee training, all of that within the company. And what brought me to Pilot City was AM Bay Area. I'm on the board of the manufacturing group, and I also heard about the Pilot City. I also do a lot of work with the schools to encourage STEM, manufacturing, and business. But this was a really no-brainer because this is a great project, and we want to work with kids, and kids are so creative. I wanted a youth's perspective on safety for the company, fun safety for the company.
Yeah, for sure. So this is really exciting. So let's give everyone a baseline on what Casa Sanchez is, so people really understand the details of like the company. Well, not the details, but just like the basis of it, right? Like, what is the company? What are your products? What are your services? How do you just get started? What is the story of Casa Sanchez?
So the story is, Casa Sanchez was started in 1924, and we make chips and salsa, tortilla chips. The other chip, not the microchip. We make the tortilla chips and salsa. We make about 6 different kinds of chips and about 14 salsas. We have 2 businesses. One is manufacturing and the other one is distribution. The manufacturing side of it we do in cold weather, in cold environment. We make the salsas, so their employees are working in 40-degree weather. 40-degree environment, and the chips are ambient, just regular temperature to make the chips. So we have 2 processes for manufacturing. And then the distribution side, we have about 28 routes, but we'll have about 40 cars out on the road on a daily basis delivering to stores. Delivering the chips and the salsa to stores like Safeway. You'll see our displays. A fun fact, let me turn off my video so you can see our character. So the Corn Man was developed in the 1960s. And when I do a presentation for schools, I ask the kids, what was happening in the 1960s in the United States? So it was the race to the moon. And that's why Corn Man is on a rocket. And the motto was flavor out of this world for the company. And again, we've been in business since 1924. And now we're in Hayward, located in Hayward since 2016. We have about 140 employees, most of them in Northern California. We have some all the way to Fresno and to Reno. But we also distribute outside of the area through outside distribution groups. So we're as far as Hawaii, in some cases New York, Arizona, Oregon, and potentially Florida in the coming days or months.
Wonderful. Yeah, this is exciting. So has Casa Sanchez been in Hayward? And I am looking at you, by the way. I just have 2 monitors, so I am looking at you right now, so just don't want to confuse you. But has Casa Sanchez always been in Hayward, or did it kind of jump from one place to another? Has it always been in the East Bay?
So we started in San Francisco, 1924. And then as we grew, we couldn't find space in San Francisco, so then we started Daly City, and then we went to Millbrae. And my husband does not want to leave the Bay Area. Everybody was recommending move out of state or go to Stockton, Manteca. And the closest we could find to San Francisco and being still in the Bay Area with the space we needed was Hayward. So we are, Hayward is a wonderful community, and we love working with the schools and the businesses and the government in Hayward.
So what would you say the composition of your organization is composed of right now? Like, what is the workforce? Tell us more about your customers. And tell us more about the people and the organizations that are internal but also external that you serve.
So the internal base, we are familia, family, all of us. In the executive team, there's 40% female, myself and our production manager. We also have, she's Filipino. Our controller is Japanese Chinese. Our sales manager and our DSD, the outside sales drivers managers, are both male Caucasian. And then my husband, Robert Sanchez. Within the group, 80% of our employees do not speak English. And most of them are located in the plant, in the factory. So safety for us has to be for both languages, Spanish and English, because the other 20% of our employees do not speak Spanish. So we have a few within that speak both languages, but you either don't speak English or you don't speak Spanish, but we need to serve both communities. Our customer base is Safeway, Whole Foods, mostly high-end sales, because people that care about what they're eating will look at the label at all times, and our customer is very, very educated about the labels. We get calls all the time about, what are you using? Are you using? So we use quality products. At one time, it was mostly soccer moms that were buying our product to make sure that their kids were getting better food to eat, chips and salsa, but there was a healthier version of it. Now we're seeing a lot of college students that sometimes this is their meal. Tub of guacamole and some chips, that's lunch. So we are getting that type of a customer now. We are located in Costco too. But does that answer the question? Or
Yeah. In terms of like your customer side, you mentioned like the big names like Safeway and so forth. I think I've seen it in Whole Foods as well, right? And then I'm assuming,
Whole Foods.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming it's also in a variety of small shops too, right? People are starting to demand it on the small shop side as well, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that we have some smaller. Some of the small shops are served by what they call they order it through Buy Right, or they order it through Kihi, some different distributors for us. So I'm not that familiar with which stores have it, but you are correct. They are in smaller shops too. Lunardi's is one of the other stores that Molly Stone. Some of those stores also carry us.
Okay, and great. I love the history of it. It has so much like values, kind of connections to how we're starting to build our organization. Definitely not 100 years of history, but
right.
Which is also really like just awesome that your husband has taken it on from his predecessors, which is exciting to hear. So that history, we'd love to have our students learn about that history as they learn about Casa Sanchez, right?
Correct.
And maybe we can now, I know you alluded to this a little bit, but let's go ahead and share the why this project, or why the problem of this project, or the opportunity of this project, why that exists, right? Like, so why don't you kind of back up a bit and share why multilingual safety videos are a useful kind of solution. So maybe you can share more about the problem around safety and the communication of safety to your employees.
Definitely. So we started, when I started with the company, back up with the company in 2010, as I was telling Jeff before, in safety, in workers' comp, when you're getting insurance, when you're getting driver vehicle insurance, they take the tickets you've got and how many tags you have and all, to give you a price on your insurance. So if you have tickets with DMV, or you've got issues, driving issues, your insurance is going to be a lot higher. When I started with the company, they call a mod. Mod is a range of how they rate the business, and the normal level is 100. We were at 181. So we were almost paying double for workers' comp insurance. For kids, for you guys to understand, that was almost $800,000 a year to pay for workers' comp insurance. That's a lot of money to pay. And also, so we went back and started, we started a committee, we started educating our employees on safety, because we wanted them to leave work as healthy as they came in. We wanted to make sure that we all work safely and take care of each other. So that's why we started a committee program, with themes every month. And then after 4 years of me doing all the work for them, the research, the training, all of that, I wanted them more engaged. So we started having the supervisors take on the themes and investigate, do the research, and then have them do the training. Now we're at the level where we're having employees do it too. Okay, you help us out, you find the theme. We have a theme, we all decide on the theme for the month, but help us out and get the information and then train our employees. One of the things that came up was videos. They all like videos, and somehow the video gets the message across to our employees. But the dilemma is that most of the videos are for construction, and they're all mostly in English. Very few are in Spanish, and again, 80% of our staff is Spanish speaking. They don't speak English. So the other point was that if they're too long, we don't want them too long because then becomes a full training, and we just want them to get engaged, for them to realize, oh, I need to be aware as I'm working. And the theme of the month was either lifting, ladders, slips and slides, whatever theme we're focusing on, but that they are engaged and say, oh, I get it now. But they get the message. They don't have to be bored and then forget completely. Wait, what were we talking about? Or I took a little snooze, I closed my eyes and I fell asleep. So that's why we want some videos. And I have found videos, but not necessarily. There's a lot more for construction. There's a lot more from international, like New Zealand and our employee base and what we do in manufacturing. And that's why this sounded interesting to me. And again, having the kids or high schoolers understand how important safety is for any business, because it's money. And to protect your employees. You want your employees to be safe at all times. Mm-hmm. And safety is something that you can use at work, but also very valuable at home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So actually, let's go and do this. Why don't you just share what is the project scope from your point of view in a short, sweet, concise way as possible? Like, what is the project scope to the students that you're asking from them?
I need bilingual videos to demonstrate, and again, 1 or 2 themes we focused on. For Jeff and I focused on lifting or distractions. Distracted driving is very popular, but anything else, even when you're working at the house, at your home, or at work, if you're distracted, you may cause an accident to yourself or someone else. And lifting, if you're not lifting properly, you can hurt yourself or hurt someone else if you're not doing it together. So that's it. I need a video, or choose one of those 2 safety themes, and then come up with a video, less than 5 minutes, bilingual video, ideas for a bilingual video. It could be animated, it could be in a TikTok, different platforms, but we're looking for ideas on what would be very good, efficient, little, less than 5 minutes, bilingual videos.
How can it be, how will it be distributed to the employees, do you think? Depending, I mean, I know it depends on where it's on and how it's delivered, but how do you imagine your employees actually engaging with a short video?
Great question. We do it on our meetings. So every month we have meetings, and we present it to the team leaders, and then the team leaders will bring in their separate teams and present it to them too, to describe, this is the theme of the month. And we give them all the details, information, statistics, but then we show them the video to hit home. So that's how we're going to distribute. For our outside salespeople, they will be getting it, they will be accessing it through their phones, because it's harder to get them together, but we want them to view it on through their phone to see how what the theme of the month was.
Okay, great. And one little edit that I'd request, I think Jeff, this maybe have something that we have to do like almost immediately. But I think I didn't see in the project scope on the front page that it has to be bilingual. I might be mistaken though. If that isn't on there, I recommend putting bilingual or multilingual immediately on the scope so that students, when they select it, they know to make it bilingual or multilingual. Now, the question for you, Linda, is can it not, does it have to be bilingual? Just want to ask that. You can say yes. I just want to see if that's exactly what you're looking for, a non-English related safety videos.
So one of the things we did with Jeff's suggestions was add several videos that are already online that you can see the different things. Some of them do not have any words. So if they do have words, if you're going to give me a talking video, I do need it to be in Spanish and in English. And preferably, that would be 2 videos, because if you try to do bilingual at the same time, it's too long. And people get bored while somebody's speaking Spanish, and they'll get bored when they're speaking English. That's why you can have the same video, but the dubbing or the words, if anybody's going to say words or narration, it would have to be all in English or all in Spanish, or no words at all. Because we have some samples of videos with no words, but the message gets across.
Oh, what's the percentage Spanish-speaking employees that are typically prone to safety risks?
All employees are prone to safety risks, regardless of the language, because that's why anything that you're distracted or you're busy or you're going too fast, you're tired, whatever, you're prone to that. So it has nothing to do with the language, but what we do want to make sure is get the message across to all of our employees. And the best way is to do it through their primary language.
Okay.
So yeah, 80% of our employees are Spanish speaking only,
Okay,
and 20% are English.
Yeah, great. That's exactly what I want to hear. 80%. So for students to know who's listening, and maybe we cut this video up and put it into the train videos, Jeff, but like 80% of employees are Spanish speaking, 20% are English speaking, right? So that data will be helpful for students to the craft video or content for, right? There's two project examples that we have live right now that actually might be of interesting anecdote for you. One is, it's actually two city governments. So a city government wants multilingual video guides to onboard their citizens and residents onto apps more easily. And then the other one's really interesting. It's a public works department for City of San Leandro.
Right.
And it's actually to create a multilingual graphic. And the idea would be to explain their policies in a graphic form that's multilingual. So I like this idea of like no language at all, right? Like through just gestures, right? That's kind of a fun idea. What do you think about that? Like no speaking at all, like to communicate, or graphics even, like non-traditional ways of communicating. Like, what do you think about that? Do you expect that? Are you open to it?
Yeah, no, like I said, we have some sample videos in the train. Is it the training portion or some of the sample videos in there have no speaking, and they get the message across. So that's something that we're definitely open to that.
Another example that we found that Linda showed me was no speaking, but just playing music in the background. So the idea with students, that's what TikTok is exactly what TikTok is. So if students start using TikTok as their platform of choice, it's going to get the message across.
Right.
I would highly recommend students who are listening right now to make music videos as if you're trying to like tell your dad or mom how to do something in the form of a music video or something like that, where you basically want you kind of want the videos to be kind of wild, right? Like you kind of want them to be kind of engaging or kind of different, right? So it's the only way that someone's going to listen to it, right? If it's different. And I guess that is what TikTok video-esque videos are, right?
Right. And I think, again, recommending to the students to look up the safety rules in manufacturing for lifting, the safety rules for distraction, what are the recommendations, the tips, and you'll get to see what those are offering, and then you put it into your video and to get a message across. Right. Get the message and then figure out what would be the best way to get it across. The demographics with our group is 46% female, and then the rest are male, and then we also have the age group varies from 20 to 65.
Okay, great. This is an exciting project, and we look forward to it. Is this something that you will always kind of need or want? I know you talked about themes of the month, right? So maybe these themes are always updated, or maybe there's some themes coming up next year that you pre-planned.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not the only one. All companies have to do this. Some of the big corporations do their own videos in-house, or you buy videos. But like I said, if you look at the videos for safety, a lot of them are really boring. And if you've got employees who start their day at 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm providing the training at 9:30 in the morning, they're falling asleep because they're tired by that time. If I sit them down to look at a training for safety, and I want them to be up and going and excited or engaged to see the video that's going to be presented. So you're correct. This is not just for 1 month. I would love to have 12 months and then 24 months and share with other manufacturing companies.
Yeah, that's really, I like that. That is perfect, right? Casa Sanchez essentially is a example leader in production of this really important facet of a manufacturing organization. And maybe what we can do is share it with AM Bay Area folks, right, later.
Yeah.
And play some of these videos for them.
Right, yeah.
So well, Linda, thank you for spending your your late afternoon, early evening with us to inspire students to think more about the details of the new Casa Sanchez employer program. This is our last weekend before the deadline, so we'll definitely try to corral students to complete some projects around this. But even if this were to go into the summer for them to develop projects, or even next fall, I'm sure that's also okay, right? So
yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see what the kids come up with, the students come up with.
Last year,
Can I share a little story? Yeah, so Linda gave me the chance to walk around and get a tour. And so the tour guide takes me through, and so this is going to make you laugh, Linda. I'm walking through, and I don't know who it is, and this is a lesson to any student watching. Do your homework before, whoever you meet inside of an organization. So walking around, and I'm wide-eyed because I love walking through the manufacturing. It's great, and this person gives me chips, he gives me salsa, and I'm walking around, I'm just excited, and I ask a goofy question. I'm like, "Oh, have you been here a while?" And I'll get to the joke in a little bit. And the pun. And so we're walking around, and this person walks me out, and I love it. I love the experience, and I can see the fist bumps with all the employees. I great culture. So again, students who are watching this, I think you'll enjoy working with this company. And so I walk out, and I get the card. I get this gentleman's card, and I'm not putting two and two together yet. And it's the front office, right? It's next to Linda's office. And I walk outside, and he's chatting, and he asks me a really interesting question. He's like, "What do you think about this project?" And I was like, Wait. And I look back at the card, and it's the president. And it's Robert. And I'm like, and I just sort of hung my head. I was like, I'm like, Robert, like, president. He's like, "Oh, I didn't tell you on purpose, right?" And so I just thought that was funny. It's like, so the president walked around, took time out of his day, took me on a tour, gave me chips and salsa, which I ate immediately when I got home. So for those who are there, like, this is gonna be a fantastic project. So students who are watching this, I highly recommend, like, check this one out. It's gonna be a great. It's not just the project itself, but I think the company, and right off the bat, when you meet a president who does something like that, you already know the company is amazing.
He happens to be my husband too.
Yeah, I know. I figured that. I knew put two together. So that's why I said the lesson for students: like, do your homework, know who you're going to go talk to.
And the other thing too, that at Casa Sanchez, we want people to not know who we all are.
Yeah.
Because we are all a team. We're all the same. There is no, there's that guy's higher than the other one. No, we're all together helping each other be safe and be productive so the company keeps growing.
Yeah. And that's what he said. Yeah, he was like, we're all same team. And I think that's a really important part to the culture. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. I'll tell him.
Yeah, thanks.
I want some tortilla and salsa and guac right now. But any students who are not going to choose Casa Sanchez, look for chips, Casa Sanchez in that logo with the corn, with the character riding the corn thing. So definitely buy the chips, but choose the project if you can, for sure. Linda, thank you so much for, again, spending your time, and thanks for being here, and we'll get you some students, and it should be fun, and thanks for being a partner with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy the rest.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. That was Casa Sanchez, a new employer in our program. Check them out on the list of employers page right now. It's an exciting new employer. It's a big company when it comes to tortillas. Eat some, get some, create bilingual videos that engage employees on multilingual safety tips, if you will. So we're going to now have Unpossible Cuts come on in just a moment, but we'll take a quick break before we get started with that. So enjoy this next. Actually, I'll just put on a quick flyer for us all and take a little break. All right, we'll be back in 2 minutes.
currently watching Pilot City Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one. Like for real.
I'm out of mute. Yes, that's my entrepreneur group I'm part of. Just gonna go hang out and make some dinner and relax. I'm leaving town tomorrow.
All right. Where are you going?
Just going to see the family back in Central Valley.
Oh, wonderful. Cool. Sounds good. So let's talk about your project to clarify any particular questions that students might have. This is live right now on YouTube, so students who are in your program will likely be watching right now, just to let you know. And just to repeat what the actual program and project is, it's to research trends and design for manufacturing a suite of trendy laser cut product, such as jewelry, a wearable, or accessory for younger buyers to grow our online retail business by sharing uniquely created products made by students in the local community on social media. A lot of action-packed items there, like the design at that facility that you're in right now. So, Philip, I'd love for you to share with your students who are in your program just a bit about yourself and why you see yourself here right now working for basically running Unpossible. What is the A to Z there in a nutshell of what brings you to where you're at now?
All right. I've always been a creative type of person. I've always been drawing and doodling, and I kind of wanted to figure out a way, hopefully somehow, to make a career out of that. I started by a long time ago when I was a little kid, or in my early teens. I started decorating the streets for free without permission all over. Then I started to, I was always into skateboarding, so I thought I'd make skateboarding videos for a living. So I started doing that, went to art school for film, started really painting and drawing and kept decorating a lot. And it kind of took over and didn't really care about film, but started painting. Eventually started doing art shows, started my own magazine for a while, featuring all the other local street designers, as we can call it. And just started playing around doing art shows, just making fun, just things. And eventually we opened a gallery, started selling a little bit of art. And one day, we saw some laser cut stuff, got kind of interested in that, did some research on lasers, eventually bought a laser cutter. We thought our whole goal was to make art pieces out of it. We made some pins and just fun small things, and those were the ones that sold instead of the artwork, unfortunately. And then we kept making more pins, and then we made some earrings for some friends, and we kept making necklaces. And then one thing led to another. We noticed that all we're doing is making earrings, necklaces, and pins and not really making art. And so we were like, hey, maybe we have something. And thus Unpossible was born. Started going to every street fair, the first Fridays in Oakland, wherever we could sell these things, and just started trying to hustle and sell as much as we could. And eventually one day we were spending more time on that than anything else we were doing. And we were like, I think we might have a business here. And we started the Unpossible Cuts full time and started just producing as much as we could.
So you just went through a process of figuring out that your business was basically making laser cut jewelry, right? And with the intent initially being art. Tell us about that market and tell us about that business and how you came to that. Not came to that, but what you how you interpret that market, and how and the process of you and Domingo essentially learning, right, about that market.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that when we first started doing art, it was definitely very much about passion and love, and we had we wanted to focus on showing as different artists and stuff, and it was very fun. But art, we just at the end of the day, like you make one piece that's an original, you give a percentage to the gallery and stuff. It just wasn't a sustainable life thing, and so that's when we started. We thought, all right, we'll start our own gallery as a first technique to like, hey, we can get that money back. But overall, like, it's just tough. It was tough to just sell art to people where, especially that we were making art for a younger crowd that didn't have, an expendable income where they had hundreds of dollars to, buy something that they can put on their wall. And we realized that if we can make something for $10 or $20 that they can wear and use all the time, that's kind of how we led to like, well, we can still be creative and still in a sense make art, but we can reproduce the art over and over again, which we were doing with like prints, but now we can do it with a wearable, and it was just a trial and error process. I mean, I'd love to say that we figured it out fast, but it was just a lot of, trying a lot of different things and, sometimes succeeding, sometimes losing, sometimes, we just tried every, street fair, every trade show, everything we can get our hands on. We just sacrificed every weekend for years just trying to find the right shows for us, the right crowds, like the right materials, the right paints, everything was just like an ongoing learning process.
Mm-hmm. And now that you're on this trajectory of making essentially products for this particular market, do you feel like there are edges of it that like they're expandable, like so that it's jewelry and what are some of the lessons you've learned around that? What are things that touch that market but don't fully get out of it?
I mean, I think one of the tough things is we right now we primarily just sell to women, and it's always been tough to figure out like other markets to do or even other products. It's this niche has been working really well for us and it's a great spot, but we definitely closed off. We're definitely open to the idea of expanding to other ideas. We tried several things here and there, but it's just tough trying to figure out something that we can, we're pretty like hands-on, so we want to create what we make. We want to be able to be the manufacturer. We want to be able to like, know quality in what we're doing. So when we expand to a new product, it's always tough just finding something not only that we can make that also can sell and like, fits the brand, because we can't suddenly just start making like, something that's completely doesn't fit anything we do. Like if we made like really like geometric pattern wood art, it would just not fit the playful fun side that we have. So that was like always one of our toughest things is like if we introduce a new product, does it fit the line?
So I got a bunch of questions that our students have asked on the forum. So I'm gonna just kind of go through each question and then we can answer them and kind of build from there. And some of these may be replicas, so we'll have to ignore the ones that are semi-replicas too. I think this will be most productive for our students. For students who are in Unpossible Cuts right now watching, we're going to answer the forum questions that we have listed here. So the first question we see here is this product expensive to produce? So is the product that you guys usually build expensive to produce? Maybe you can help us break down some of these products that you design and make. Good
I mean, I think our goal for our brand in general, and when we did art, our whole thing when we made art and we're doing art shows constantly is we wanted to always make art to be affordable. Art was always something that you see like in a museum or something that rich people bought, and so we wanted to change the stigma of art. And when we did start moving towards jewelry as like our primary thing, there's always these sayings that like, jewelry is what you save up for like 2 months salary or something or like anything like that. And we wanted our pieces to be fun, and we want them to be relatively not like, I wouldn't say they're inexpensive in general to the entire world of jewelry. I mean, we just want everyone to be able to one, smile when they see our pieces and be able to not break their wallet trying to get it. So I would say no, that they're not going to be inexpensive. Now, making a piece for us to make it, I wouldn't say it's relatively expensive in material wise and stuff. The expense comes in time because it takes multiple tries, multiple passes, tweaking, going back and forth, and unfortunately time is money. When you're a small company, you don't have as much time to sit and really work on a piece as much as you like sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so essentially the summary is no, it's not expensive material wise. And yes, it can be expensive for time wise, depending on the product you're looking to design and bring to market and iterate on.
For sure.
It's kind of what it is, right? The answer.
Yeah, we do everything in-house, which definitely cuts down all production. I mean, we take every step of everything that's done is in here. We do all of the product shot photos, we do all of the listing, we do all of the building, we have the wood, we have all the materials, we have every single thing. So from start to finish, it's done in here.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. So that's the question and answer for, is this product expensive to produce? Second question, how accessible will this product be to the target market? So, yeah, I think you can answer that question, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if if we during the process we figure out something that we like from one of the students and we decide to take it full force to our, if we like it enough, we'll put it in our line, and I mean that means by something being in our line, possibly, that'll be on 3 major different sites to sell online. We have a wholesale line, if it'll work on there, that we're in roughly 500 stores across the United States that they have the ability to buy that for their stores inside of there, and then all the major Amazon, our website, and Etsy to sell online. So I'd say it's pretty out there for anyone.
People can sorry, I should have done my homework. I believe you can buy your products on your website, right?
For sure.
Okay.
You can buy them in store. We sell to stores, and then you can buy them on Amazon. You can buy them on our website, and you can buy them on Etsy.
All right. Cool. Unpossible cuts. Good. And then third question, how hard is it to produce the product? And maybe what you can do is also break down the process.
Yeah.
Of laser cutting, the funnest digital manufacturing tool there is.
Yeah, that's a good question. I can say it's incredibly easy and incredibly hard at the same time. It's just a matter of what design and what you're going for. We make 90% of the stuff out of wood. Wood is a material that can be fragile, depending on what you do. So it's just a matter of going back to where the time is money and design wise. So it's if you're making it out of wood, you have small corners that can break off. It's redesigning so that everything's strong and building it so that way. So, that's kind of how it is, if you want me to go into the actual full step of how you build.
I think it'd be good because students want to understand what is the actual process that you usually take on an average process. Maybe there's a process you go through that's normal production wise. Then there's one that's more of experimentation and researching of new trends direction. Maybe you can give one general path and then another experimental path.
Sure. The general path is once we have a design that's locked and ready to go, and we're reproducing it over and over again. That is pretty easy. We with the laser cutter and with earrings are pretty small. We can cut out 50 at a time, roughly, depending on how much we need, 25 to 50. There's different processes on how we paint them. Each earring has a different way, and I wish they were all the same, but unfortunately there's just so many different ways, because one of the few things that we do is we color all of our pieces, and sometimes we have to hand paint them, sometimes we can use jigs, sometimes we can do masking. It's all different ways, but we have something set up that's pretty simple and straightforward for each one. And then the probably the most annoying part of the entire process is every single earring has to get its backing glued on, and I don't know a very fast way of doing that other than hand gluing each one. So that is probably the worst part of the job. After that, you just put it onto a cardstock, pack it up in a box, and mail it out. Nothing too complicated. Now the process for designing, everything for us, we're pretty like old school, but sometimes we use computers first, but we mostly just start with sketches. Every time we have an idea, Domingo and I all have sketchbooks laying around, and we just write down any idea we have, kind of rough sketch it out, and then we'll bring it into a computer program. At this point, like it's a little easier for us to design knowing how the laser works and cuts and stuff, that we design more, when I'm thinking about the piece, it starts designing towards like, I know already I can't do a sharp this thing or small little pieces that'll break off. But after I go from the computer, it's just a matter of trial and error and tweaking back and forth. Like you'll cut it out, you look at it and you get super excited, but then you're like, this piece is falling off, or like these details aren't showing up. So then you go in and tweak it again, and you just keep doing that until you get it. And then the next process that takes a little more time is like, all right, we want to make it 3 different colors on this one piece. Like, how easily can we mask, or how easily can we use jigs, or how can we paint this? Because we don't when you make a sample, sometimes you'll just hand paint it to see what it looks like real quick, but you can't hand paint when you have like hundreds to do at a time, because it's only 2 of us doing this all. So that's the next step. And then you just keep tweaking it, knowing what you can do and what you can't do until you make it work. And then hopefully it's fast. Some designs I've done, when we have heart earrings, it didn't take me long to make a simple heart, but then we have other earrings that, it took like over a month to get like really locked down, where I give up and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna walk away from this. And like Domingo start working on it for a couple days, and then I take it back, and so it's there's no real simple, easy yes and no, or hard or not hard.
The glue thing. Do you put like one pin drop, of thing on the backing, and then you got to put the thing you pierce through your ear on top of it?
Yeah,
it's like an epoxy.
We use an industrial glue, but what you do is like you put a whole bunch out onto like a piece of paper, or we use a certain board, and then you basically take the little thing and scoop the end of it so that like the whole base of it's covered, and then push it down onto the piece, and then you're just doing this over and over again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can do a lot in a little. You can do a lot of any like repetitive motion if you just sit and do it a bunch, but yeah.
Okay.
It's just not the fun. It's not the fun part. Designing and cutting and seeing your piece for the first time in real life is always the most fun thing of the job.
Yeah, go check out Impossible Cuts. Just check out what they do if you are listening and are not in the program. Will additional materials be required to make your product, aside from the standard wood and acrylic plastic?
It depends on the product. Like if you come up with something we don't do, then we'd have to like see, if we can get those materials, how much they cost, if it's something that we would want to do. And like, I would try to gear towards what we have, because that's always the easiest thing. But we're open to trying like different things, just see and like play around, So, the only thing that I would say that's not like that we don't have access to give to students is probably like the design programs and stuff. We use Illustrator, but any vector file software is what you would need to use.
All right, good. So it depends. The only thing that you don't provide is the software, right? Essentially. Are we allowed to use characters from shows or movies, or reference them in our designs, like using a lightsaber within our design to reference Star Wars?
Sure. The simple answer is no. You can, there's like, ish ways of referencing some things, but like, I mean, there is the copyright material. Like, I can't just start making Baby Yodas because that's owned by Star Wars and they want to make the money. They don't, yeah, you know. So I would say no, but if there's things that like, you know, reference it without being exactly like it, you know, you can kind of get away with some of that stuff. Like you can't say a lightsaber, but you know, if you had something similar to it, there's plenty of brands who sell like light swords, you know, and there's like slight ways around it. And you know, but if you go on and make it look 100% exactly like they did, then that's just stealing.
Cool. Whatever he just said.
Yeah.
How much time do you and your management team spend on generating revenue?
My management team of Domingo and I mean, the goal in the business is to generate revenue so that we can keep doing this. I mean, I think that, you know, because we're working next to each other, we're always running ideas constantly by each other. We always have like some kind of piece of paper. We have 2 giant dry erase boards that run, like anytime an idea comes up, like there's no bad idea, write it down. We can always talk about it later. So the answer is all the time and sometimes, I guess. But I mean, it's just a 2-person team that really runs this whole business. So we don't like, every once in a while we'll have like a meeting, probably like once every 2 weeks, where like it's just a half an hour where we sit down and like kind of plan out what we want to do or what we, you know, we think directions we want to go. So I'd say that's about it.
Okay. What is your social media strategy?
Our social media strategy now, which probably switched in the last few days, is we really want to just try to be like the brand's motto is we make fun, and we're trying to just make videos and content that's more fun. We're trying to step away from just beautiful product shots and maybe a model wearing it like that every other brand does. Like we would like to make our social media now at least more entertaining or fun to see, like something that brings like a smile to your face when you just see it. Like it's just not the ordinary, straightforward like store that's like, oh, you know, product, model, product, you know?
Okay, yeah. And
I mean, we're definitely looking like I've been making, trying to make some more fun videos that go on there. So like that would be something we'd love help with or like love ideas on. That's like a big thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that's where the trends come in. That's where the trends come in that we mentioned, you know, finding those trends works with social media trends as well.
Yeah, essentially, I think how we designed this, right, was basically the project scope was designed for you to laser cut stuff and design stuff for sure. But then also to create marketing content for Unpossible Cuts too, right? So,
yeah, it'd be awesome.
Are we allowed to make accessories with bigger companies?
I'm not quite sure what they mean by that question.
I think they mean like white label, no, not white labeling it, like making it for bigger companies as a client, I guess, would be one approach for that question.
I would mean
collaborations / maybe them as a customer for the employees to buy a bulk for, you know, their company logo earring or something like that.
Yeah, we do custom work for, like, that's one nice thing about owning the laser and stuff. We've done merchandise for bands. We've done products that are just for like giveaways. We've done, you know, we worked with the Gap. We've worked with some other big companies like that. And yeah, I mean, we're totally, if they have an in, I would love for them to introduce me. I mean, like that's the hardest thing, and just matter of price and stuff, you know.
I guess that technically could be a research trend direction, right? In the project, they can work for a bigger company. They can make products for a bigger company if they have a lead to one, right? So if you have a lead to one, definitely bring that on board because that's a good project to give for a bunch of sales, right? And also for a cool use case to promote.
Yeah, for sure.
What is unique about this product than another? I guess general question is, what's unique about Impossible Cuts versus a lot of other kind of laser cut jewelry businesses or laser cut product businesses?
Sure. I'd say like the one big thing about ours is like, I mean, we tried. So in general, I'd say the biggest thing that we learned that is jewelry is looked upon as an accessory to your clothing. Most jewelry is worn to be like, oh, this helps accent the shirt I'm wearing. This helps like goes with my whatever, you know. It's not really like, it's more like background noise that like fills in. And our pieces are like meant to be fun and like show off like what you love. Like you get to show your interests off, you know, and like it creates that like sense of like, I don't know, like if, you know, we make chicken and waffle earrings, like it's not going to go with your shirt. If you're going to, when you wear those earrings, you're like, dude, I love me some chicken and waffles, you know, like it lets you be proud and smile. And like, we try to just make this really playful thing that's like, it's a conversation piece. It's talking. As the physically making it, like there are lots of people who make stuff out of wood. The process of how we color and like paint our wood and do stuff, we go a little bit farther because it takes multiple steps to put multiple layers on there without like, you know, some people are just printing straight pictures onto wood or doing little techniques like that. But I don't think anyone else, like there's some pieces that unfortunately there's no way around it, but you have to get out there with like a paintbrush and paint in the little details, you know, like that's just the way how we have to do it. So yeah, I'd say like we're like, I mean, probably one of the like there's only a few of us that really do this like really playful style, and like we're probably the only people that put so much color and painting work into our wood.
Cool. So there's two more questions. I think the first one I don't think we need to answer because you've already answered it, but what made your business want to pursue wood-based jewelries? Let's call your story part of that. Last question. What types of trends is this business looking for? What kind of trends are you looking for? Give us some examples, give us some ideas to think about. What's in some inspirational thoughts before you head out?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, as much as I would like to think that I'm a still very young, knowing everything that's going on in the youth, I mean, we're not, we're a little bit older guys. And we're guys. I mean, the big thing is like, we don't know all the trends that women are into. And, you know, we'd love to, you know, possibly make a guy line, you know, as well, and make just everything, you know, like I'd say like from age 16 to like 25, like, you know, like we kind of have a sense of it. We go to all the Comic Cons, we have booths there and stuff like that. But you know, we're always looking to just find, you know, what those trends are, or what's something, you know, that is more popular than what we think, you know, like that's the tough part is when you're a small business of two people, like it's hard to always like see what everything's into, like, cause like we can make something and in our heads we're into it, but we need to know what other people, you know? And so I think that just having that bigger scope of what other people are into is going to help us out a lot.
Cool. All right, Philip, thanks for joining us. This should be very helpful for the Impossible Cut students. We believe there's some Impossible Cut students probably watching. They definitely ask these questions, so this is helpful. Tune in on the applicants coming in this year, and then I'm sure we can keep this program going too. So thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone, so that was Unpossible Cuts, sharing with them on questions that students had. So we'll take a quick break with some reels just for about 1 or 2 or 3 minutes. Then we'll get into Pell Learning as the next employer that we'll be answering questions with. So stay tuned for Pell Learning. For students who are actually wanting to ask questions live to Pell Learning, hop into the Zoom right now by going to PilotCity.com/airtime2022. So you can come into the Zoom and ask questions live, but we do have questions that we pull from the forum that will default to answer your questions. So please hop into the Zoom and ask any particular questions that you all may have, okay? Talk to you all very soon in about 1-2 minutes, and we'll take a little break first.
I'm Anya. As you may know, in our country, we have a lot of food wastage, and at the same time, we have a lot of people in need of food. An interesting fact is that the global food loss and waste amount is between 1/3 and 1/2 of all food produced. In order to solve this problem, my app helps the less fortunate by connecting food donors to volunteers who will transport food to people in need. This also helps minimize the wastage of food. My mobile app has a range of features that makes it easy for both volunteers and donors to serve people in need. For example, my app uses Google Maps to show the location of donors and volunteers to ensure that volunteers can be notified when there are donors in their area. Download the OVC app to volunteer and give back to your community.
Hello everyone, my name is Fawn Mora, and I teamed up with a nonprofit organization named Onyx Village Connection to make an app in order to help you either list your donations or allocate donations or to sign up as a volunteer in order to help Onyx Village Connection distribute their donations. Most importantly, this will help in allocating resources and alleviating hunger throughout the area near East Palo Alto in California. I find this cause to be extremely important, as anyone should, and goodbye. Thank you for tuning in.
Hello, my name is Pranima Garvarti, and I'm a current marketing intern at FaceSpace. FaceSpace is a company that has developed motion capture solutions for a variety of industries. From research to robotics to graphic arts and entertainment, FaceSpace is dedicated to delivering the fastest real-time motion capture system on the planet. To help FaceSpace reach many more, we have been extensively researching to create the best content that can grasp the audience's attention, as well as educate them about motion tracking technology and its wide applications.
Currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
All right, Miss Lowe, Mr. Fung, if you can unmute yourself, that'd be great. We are live on YouTube. You don't see it right now, but we are live on YouTube for our students who are actually watching.
Wonderful.
Just to let everyone know, Mr. Fung and Miss Lowe was my first employer in life. So this is a really big thing. And also another fun fact is, I don't know if you guys know this, but my second employer in life is actually an employer in our program too. So I'm recruiting all my employers as employers for our program. So hopefully this is a bit better. Actually, I'm testing something new on our Zoom, so I think it's much better in terms of the fluidity of this resolution, the streaming here. So I think it should be really good. I'm going to get right to it because we have a lot of questions that students have asked you about both projects. Okay, and matter of fact, we actually have less questions for the database project, even though there's more students for that. And there's more questions for the animation project, even though there's a little bit less students for that. So we'll answer these questions one at a time, okay? I'm gonna dive right into it so we can maximize the asking of the questions. So I'm gonna ask questions in regards to the database management software project first, okay? And it's okay if you don't have answers for it, but just a general direction for these students is good, and then maybe I can help clarify too, okay? So just to clarify, the project scope we're talking about for Pell Learning Centers is help our instructors maximize students' potential by utilizing a database management software to generate reports by extracting, organizing, and visualizing student enrollment data from existing Microsoft Excel files. The 4 primary reports will consist of student enrollment by locations, progress graphs by month end, retention and attrition rates by location, and summaries of existing, new, and student data. So that's the project scope. And the first question we have here is, for each report, how will the data come in? And are there examples for the raw data for the reports?
Okay. I think you should share screen. Yeah, we will share screen so that it will give a better visualization.
Okay.
Can you hear us okay?
Sure.
Yeah. Can you let me share screen so I can...
Yeah, you have access now.
Okay, let's see. Share screen. Okay, I'm going to share this report right here. Somehow my report disappeared. What happened? Sorry about that. Somehow my report not here.
Oh, maybe it's minimized, or maybe it's...
Let me share this to start off.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yep, we can see it.
Right. So this is a conceptual, what we are thinking of right now, that will form the scope, that will pertain to the scope that you just mentioned, Derek. So this is a Palo CMS system. CMS stands for Customer Management System, right? And then so we start with the enrollment process. So that will be an input screen. So the screen, I can share the input form later, right? So we have designed an input form, and also there's another way of input through the website. So primarily, the input will be from the input module and go into the student database. So student database can be created by using Excel, MS Access, or Python, what have you. So whatever the student is comfortable with. So a database that will be suitable to manage the database of students, right? And then so from that, we will be able to input enrollment for new student, and for old students who have left the system, we'll be able to put in a notation saying this student has quit or is in absent mode, right? And then if there's new student come on, then we can enroll them. So there's a new student mode. So that's the input, one of the input, and we have the form set up and it's all done and designed, and we can share that with you later. And the other kind of input will be the progress update. So at the end of each month, right, all the students will get a progress update. And so 2 pieces of information will go in there. The student worksheet level and then the worksheet page number. So 2 pieces of information will be input in there. So right now, this information is captured by using an Excel spreadsheet, right? And so that will be fed into the student database, right? And then after that, there will be reports coming out. One report will be the past report that will show the graph, the student progress at the end of each month, all right? And then the other report will show that how much longer the student will take to complete the entire program. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, right? So these are basically the report. And the rest are just additional phase that we don't need to worry at this time. This area here, we have a phase 2 and phase 3 of this program developments. So right now we are concerned about phase 1, which is the student database at this point. Are we good?
Okay, yeah, that's great. And I think a lot of students, well, let me keep going down the questions, but that's the answer to the first question. For each report, how will the data come in? And are there any examples for the raw data for the reports? And do you have raw data put into the program? Like in the PilotCity platform, did you just put in raw data examples? If not,
okay.
you should get it.
Screen I'm sharing right now?
Can
you see the screen I'm sharing right now?
I see the sketch still.
You did not see the other one. Right?
You're sharing the
window.
window.
Let me.
Yeah.
So let me try to go back there.
Okay.
So you see this one, right?
I see
So
the
let me try to
sketch still.
stop sharing. Okay. You see this one, right? This is the PAL CMS system sketch.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see this one. Right? So let me stop sharing on this one and let me switch over to the other sharing. Let me share screen with the other one, which is this one right here.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
All right. So this is in the form of a spreadsheet. So at this point, we are capturing the student in the form of Excel spreadsheet. So with their first name, last name, school grade, date of birth, address, telephone, email, and let me get back there. Email, and then the date of enrollment and the Pal worksheet level. So you notice at this level like MG, MG5, MG1, EK1. So M stands for math, English stands for English. So some students will enroll in one subject, some might enroll in two subjects. So the level will be denoted by Pal worksheet level on this side. Okay. And then the other piece of information will be the page number, the Pal worksheet number. So for example, this Alonzo. So he's currently at the MG5 level, page 28P. So that's the number is there. So this is how we capture the student, existing student level and the page number.
Okay, good. All right, cool. I'm going to move forward because we have a lot of other questions and we only have about 15 minutes. So if you can, so I'm going to keep going with the next questions, right? So the next question is a data table good enough?
Is the data, can you repeat that again?
Is a data table good enough?
A data table, what will that entail? What's in the table?
So that's a general question that the student asked, but there was no kind of elaboration on that.
Okay. So is a data table good enough? I think the short answer will be yes, it is. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration that the feature of the database, right? The database has a certain feature. Number one, it should allow multi-user login. So in other words, it's not just for one person. It's a multi-user, number one. Number two, it's a multi-center. So in other words, I can have a center in San Francisco. I can have a center in Hesperian, Hayward. So each center will have one database. So one database per center. So currently we have about 10 locations right now, 10 centers. So we expect to have 10 separate databases. So if the data table can manage multi-user, multi-databases, and then also has the ability to allow remote login. Because as you know, now a lot of people are working from remote. So have to allow them to remotely log into the database. That would be very good.
Okay, good. Thank you for that answer. What do you think about adding an automation features and automation system for some of these?
That would be very nice, yes.
Okay. I would definitely say, like, please add an automation for it. Like, that's the reason why it'd be useful, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So definitely add it if you know how to do it.
I think in the form of a database, once you have a data table or database set up, then the output should be automated. So in other words, let's say we call up Alonzo. So when we call up that student database, that student profile, the student will we will be able to look at the student progress. We will be able to look at the student progress in the form of a graph. We will be able to look at the student projection as to, okay, how long does it take a year from now, 6 months from now, where will Alonso be? So these things should be able to plot out the graph automatically.
Cool, wonderful. Next question. How much time and effort is expected to put into this? I know that's a very broad question, but what are you all expecting, right? When it comes to your expectations, time and effort, and what would you ideally want to see, essentially, from people doing this project?
I think the short answer would be I would love to see it yesterday. And of course, this is not realistic.
Yeah.
And of course, we have as much time as you need. because we've been working on this for a long time. We have bits and pieces of it, and then for the right person or the right group or right team of students that come along, we can allocate as much time as required.
Okay. So next question is there supposed to be a program, or is there supposed to be a software, or just reports for the data? Like, I guess the question is, are you looking for like a full-blown software around this? Or are you looking for just reports of the data, or maybe the database and the reports? Like, what levels are you just looking for?
I would imagine it would start off with a software that we can readily procure from over the counter. Software could be in the same form of a spreadsheet software, Python, database management software, whatever software. And we can definitely talk about that in detail. If the student have that level of expertise, they can share with us. They work with certain amount of databases that will meet with this criteria that we have at Pal. We can definitely talk about that. And at the right time, we can try it out, test it out. And on a day, we will procure that software to be used by Pal. And then from there, the student can build upon the software. There will be a certain amount of, I wouldn't say programming, but there will be a certain amount of work that needed to transform the software to put in the feature that we need for Pal, the Pal program, customer service module.
Okay. Good. So those are some of the questions from the project scope 1, the first one. So the next project scope is some students learn better by seeing things explained instead of reading about them. You will create animated videos to help young students learn. The videos will summarize what the students should learn, and they can watch them over and over again to help them understand the procedures.
Yes.
So that's the question here. I actually have a before we answer that, let me actually address a technical issue real quick. So give me one moment, okay? Okay. So Han and Feng, you still hear me, yes? I mean, so Mr. Feng and Miss Lo, you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I think we're back now, actually. It was kind of frozen for a little bit, but now it's good. Okay, good. Next question I have for you around this scope is, do we have to use the animation resources given, or can we use other software to create our videos?
Yes, you can use other software to create video, but what we want, I think the criteria of what software or what animation to choose, that it should be something that appeal to students, to young people. That would be the criteria.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Perfect. Next question, are we making animations based on the deliberate practice steps or based on a certain academic skill?
The procedures that we want to illustrate is deliberate practice. So therefore, the intern will be making video or animation based on the deliberate steps. Because right now, what it is that Pell students are reading the steps with that the printout that we have, and we often lost them, or we have to repeat the procedures so many times that we get a little boring, according to them. So that's why we were thinking of using an animation or illustration.
Okay,
So the deliberate practice is a series of steps that new student got to pick up, when it's enrolled in the program, it's like a transition from non-Pal student to Pal student. Once you become a Pal student, you enroll in a program. There are certain procedure we require a Pal require you to take on, or certain habits we want you to have, such as writing down the starting time, ending time, give us feedback as, oh, this is hard, this is easy, this worksheet is piece of cake. So we want that kind of feedback. So, but then in the form of animation would be a student illustrating, oh, okay, Alonso, you checked in today, your first order of business, you look at the worksheet, you write down your name, starting time, estimate time, and so on. So once we have the animated, right, and then also the video will pan into the deliberate practice form. Once they look into that point, and then if the student down the road forgot about the deliberate practice steps, you can say, oh, you know what, Alonso, you need to sit down and spend about 1 minute, look at this deliberate practice and see what are the steps involved, what steps you're missing, and so you can continue and make sure going forward you have the complete deliberate practice.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to keep going here because there's a good amount of questions still. We only have about 5 minutes. But
Okay.
what is the biggest problem that the students in the program are having in ways of learning? It's a great question.
What is the problem that the students have in learning?
Yeah. What is the biggest problem that the students in the program are having in ways of learning, in the methods of learning?
In ways of learning, focusing, that is one. Being self-disciplined to set a time to do their worksheet. The third would be following instruction, reading direction. So those are our main problems. So focusing, we want to address it with deliberate practice and setting time to do their homework. That is also one of the resources that we put out in PilotCity. We have various steps that they could follow if they want to get the most out of Pal learning program. One of it is to set a time to do their homework, Pal homework every day, and we prefer it to be done right after school. So those are few steps that we ask them to follow so that they will reach, they will accelerate, they will improve in the fastest way.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are perfect. Are our animations limited to a whiteboard, or are we allowed further creative freedom?
The students are allowed creative freedom so long as it's something that will capture the attention of the students. That is the bottom line. That the students will be interested, they will be absorbed in watching the video. It's the end that is important. It's not so much of the me.
Great. Thank you. Are there any specific restrictions on what we are supposed to include?
Yes. What you are supposed to include is posted in the resources. We posted a slip of a slip of paper that go over what exactly is deliberate practice. And the other one that we also posted is how to get the best out of the Pal program. So those are the guidelines that we want students to follow.
Okay, great. Thank you. And is there a strict list of subjects that our animations have to reflect?
It will be math and English language art, and they will use our Pal worksheet to reflect that. We can provide Pal worksheet to reflect that.
Got it. Okay, good. If all teams that chose Pell Learning Center as their employer are doing the same subject, how likely is it that we will get an internship?
You mean that if there is multiple intern who apply for that internship, perhaps we can look into the possibility of having additional project. We always are looking at animation, it could be in different area. But right now, we are looking at the area of deliberate practice.
All right.
But we could look into other areas as well.
Yeah, we have so many different projects ongoing, but we just want to make sure we do it. Choose an easy one for the initial batch of student, right? And then, but if there are multiple groups of students that's interested in the PAL animation, and we can definitely have other projects that come along, and then we can definitely talk to them and then bring them in.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be a very good project for students who intend to major in graphic design, or students who intend to major in advertising, media. This will be great for them. But we have other projects.
Yeah, we have other projects.
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay, great. And I do want to share with Bridget in the waiting room right now that we need another 5 minutes. So if you just hang out, I don't know, grab a snack, something like that, that'd be great. And we'll get to you in just a little bit. So with the next question, are we supposed to add audio to the videos? I think it's a pretty obvious question, but maybe you can share kind of more your vision around the audio side for the videos.
Yes, I think we should add audio, right? Audio and video.
Okay. And
I mean, if there's a Charlie Chaplin type of no sound, hey, if it can be done that effectively, I mean, we welcome that, right?
Yeah, if someone has a vision around it, right? Might as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Normally, people attention is only 30 seconds. And I think this video might be more than 30 seconds in order to capture people's attention. Not only that, we need illustration, we also need audio. And I would think that we also need it to be, the instruction need to be written down as well as being spoken. Because people lost their attention really, really fast. 30 seconds, that's the max. But this video might go over 30 seconds.
And the spoken part is for those young learner, early learner. When they're very young, they don't even understand what's on the whiteboard written up. So when you speak to them, and then when they hear it, they can understand it, hopefully. And then for the older student, they prefer to look at what's being said. So if you said and in writing at the same time, and I think that would be very effective. And plus some music, that would be great.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like making it into a meme, right? Like a video meme that you post on social media almost, right?
And then we definitely will post it on the Instagram and link it and all the PAL Cyber assets.
Okay, great. Getting some shout outs on that. So that actually segues into the next question pretty well. How long should the videos be? So you mentioned 30 seconds, but maybe things that are a little longer. So how long should the videos be?
There is quite a number of steps that is involved. So I think any video should be around 30 seconds, maybe the most 50 seconds. That's about it. Otherwise, we lost people.
And alternatively, we can do like a 30-second clip, and then could we have like 2 or 3 part series?
No.
One time through.
One time through.
Oh, okay. One time through.
So what specific topic can we demonstrate in it? Well, we already kind of covered the specific topics, right, in the animated video, so I'm not going to do that. People are asking, actually, there's 2 questions around this. What is the frame rate? What frame rate should the animations run on? So this is kind of a technical question, right, which is kind of cool.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, how, like, I don't even know the answer to it. 30 FPS, 60 FPS. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
I think the answer will be whatever works.
Okay, whatever plays well. Right?
We don't have any preference one way or the other.
Okay. And is there a required software to use when creating this? Like any preferred model of how you would want the software to be made so that you guys can take it on for sustainability purposes?
I don't think there's any preferred kind of software. Whatever works, whatever the student have worked for in the past, that would be helpful. And I believe PilotCity also have a very useful video generating software, and then we can use that too, right?
Kind of. We kind of have to. We have an interview system, but
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to it. So, one last question. I think this is actually a pretty cool question. This is actually the last question. So we've gone through all the questions. The animation one has a lot of questions, but last question is: are we allowed to create original characters in order to help the students be more engaged?
Original character. Yes, you could. Actually, Pal has a mascot. Okay, we do have a mascot. Our mascot is Owl.
OWL.
OWL. That represent the teacher, and then birds.
Bluebird.
Birds, in particular, the bluebirds.
Is a student.
Represent Pal students. So we do have mascot. That might be a thing to think about. Okay.
Love it. Okay, I love it. Those are all the questions, Pell students. So Mr. Fung, Miss Lowe, thanks for hopping on today. Those are all great questions. And enjoy your trip tomorrow. We're going to be spending our whole weekend with students completing their projects. So feel free to tune in. This is going to be on YouTube Live the whole day. We're talking to 15 other employers tomorrow. You can see kind of what other employers are doing too. So thanks for coming. And talk to you all soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. Thank
Okay.
you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So that was Pell Learning Center. We are moving towards. We are going to move towards meeting with East Palo Alto Senior Center now in a little bit, but we're taking a little break before we get started. And we shall get started with a new employer recently posted. So give us about 1-2 minutes to get set up, and we'll get started soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Take your time.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one. Like, for real.
All right, Bridget, how are you doing?
Wonderful. How are you this Friday evening?
Great. I haven't met you before, so I'm looking forward to learning more about East Palo Alto Senior Center and then more about your project. So maybe you can kick it off, Bridget, by just sharing a bit about you and how you're at where you're at right now with East Palo Alto Senior Center.
I wanted to share with you as well that Mrs. Grant, who is the executive director, is here with me. Sorry.
All right. Hey, welcome.
Friday evening.
Yes.
Long day.
Yes.
Yes. So my name is Bridget Grant, and I'm the assistant to the executive director here at East Palo Alto Senior Center. What else can I? We've been working with I joined the senior center maybe 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, working with them consistently. Before I was just a volunteer because I worked elsewhere. But since I've been working with them, it's been a very rewarding situation for me. I enjoy it. I see things that are needed. I try to fix it. And for quite a while now, they've been needing a website where they can show what they've been doing. They can also do fundraisers. And it's also senior friendly. We don't have anything as yet, and we're hoping that with we can have something where it can be senior friendly and everybody can benefit from it.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
Also, I have Mrs. Grant. Would you like to add something? Because you've been here much longer than I have, and working with the seniors. So, can you repeat your question to Mrs. Grant? Here, come here, come over. Let them see you. This is Derek.
Hi, Derek.
Come on in.
Okay, thank you for having me in this evening. I'm Mrs. Grant, and I've been the executive here for 33 years. Sometimes president, sometimes it all depends.
Come into the camera a little bit more. Scoot on in.
A little bit.
There it is.
Okay, here I am.
There you are.
Okay. I didn't expect to be a camera today to say anything. This is just a surprise for me. But it's been a long road. But the thing is, working with seniors, you got to be consistent. You can't give up, And so, do you want to know a little history about the senior center?
Please do.
Or so?
Yeah. Why did it start, and why are you doing the same? What you're doing? Like, what's this mission that you were doing before and that you're still doing today? Yes, please.
Well, from what I understand, I had the opportunity to visit with some of the ladies that started the senior center, and what it is that they were a group of women that retired and wanted something to do, and so they started to do a little sewing and whatever. The school, Ravenswood School, allowed them to use one of the rooms where they meet and greet and talk, do the sewing, the quilting, whatever. And so one of the ladies, her son, he was a executive director some other place, and they asked him to come in and help them to build a senior center. Now that was a big assignment, big task to ask, but he said okay. So then they got the city of they got the county of San Mateo to give half of the money to build the senior center. Then somebody else donated the land to build the senior center on. Now the problem is, the seniors had to come up with the other half. So that's where Mr. McCall came in, and he did a fundraiser asking. I think in those days they didn't have computers and stuff like that. But he did a fundraiser, building fundraiser for the senior center, and those ladies they fried chicken, baked sweet potato pies and stuff to come up with the other half of the money, and so they did it, and so that's how the senior center was built.
Love it.
And so
Makes me hungry.
now they have a senior center. They have a senior center. They're more detailed, but for the sake of time, I'll just be brief, sort of.
Love it.
But like I was saying, now they have the senior center. So what are we gonna do now? And so they were able now to have their sewing classes. They were able to have the quilting classes. They were able to, well, in those days, I understand the city provided meals for the seniors when they come in. And so they form a board of directors. Now they're growing now, they're getting big now. And so they begin to do like fundraising and things like that. But those ladies in the days, nobody got paid because actually there was no money to pay them. Well, they didn't want pay. They just want to work. They just want to come out and share their knowledge and experience with the seniors. So that's where we are right now. Then I joined them. Again, there was no pay. I joined them 33 years ago. And I had the opportunity to meet with some of the founders and talk with them. And I said, yes, I'd like this. So what they do, they passing the baton on because most of them died. I think all of them has passed away. And I'm so very lucky to have this wealth of experience and knowledge about the senior center and how it works. But as time changes, is that people now want to get paid because gas is high and everything has gone up. So people need to have paid, even though we have some seniors will still come and some volunteers will come and they will work for not, know, job to be done. We have to have a secretary, we have to have a receptionist and those things. Even though you might get a little volunteer, but people need to be paid. So that's where we stand now. And for the pandemic, you want to talk about it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I talk about the pandemic?
Yeah. Love to
Well,
see
the
how you transitioned.
pandemic was, pardon me?
Love to see how you transitioned.
Okay, well, that was something that we didn't really expect to happen. But for me, being a professional banker, that's my background. I was able to always have something in reserve, save some things aside, food, little money, whatever, because bills have to be paid, and people need food. So for me, luckily, we were able to transition now. COVID keep the seniors to be at home. They weren't able to come to the senior center to receive the meals and whatever we have to give them the donation of food and whatever. So we turn our dining room into a distribution center. That is, now we're getting a lot of food now, and then we formed a group now. The volunteers now will take food to the seniors at home. Then we have a Rotary. Rotary help us with a lot of sanitizers and stuff like that. That we send package with toothpaste, face masks, and all those things out. Their personal needs and stuff. We send to the seniors along with the food that will be taken to them by volunteers. So it has been a long road, but we were able to survive, and we're still here trying to still serve our seniors. So we did a great job. Overall, I would say we did a wonderful job taking care of our seniors. So we're in the process now of trying to open back up our senior center and have them come back in because 2 years plus they get tired of being at home now. So it's time for them to come out.
So if I may add to that,
Yeah.
when
Thank you, Ms.
the
Grant.
pandemic started, we had seniors who were calling. They needed help. They're shut in. They can't get anything. And as Mrs. Grant said, we got together with a few other nonprofits and volunteers stepped forward and we started, sending.
Distribution.
You had food, they had toiletries. We were actually taking care of their every need that they had, and while they were shut in, and we did that for 2 years. So this year this year some of them really started coming out, but there are some that are shut-ins. They're not able to get out of their homes because of whatever illnesses that they may have and disabilities. We've been continuing to deliver to them. The next thing we weren't able to do was to get them to use the computers to take classes, some of them, because a lot of them don't know how to use the computer. We did have some computer classes here, but some of the instructors left, and from time to time they keep changing all the time because they were volunteers. So they didn't get as much out of it as they needed to. We would like to start back doing that again. We have new computers when we open up again, when we reopen, which is probably in the next couple of weeks. And we'll get an instructor to come in. And that's why this web page is going to be ideal and very helpful, important to us, because we need to do fundraisers. We need to let people know what we've been doing, and we've done a lot. We've been doing a great deal of things, events, activities, but it's not able to be seen because we don't have anyone to maintain it. Because most of my time is spent just doing the daily work. I even try to catch up with some of the office work, which is kind of hard because I deal with the food, donations, picking up, delivering. So it's been a long journey,
Yeah, for sure. Let's go into that a little bit more with the actual project scope now. Okay, so I'm going to read the project scope and kind of go deeper into it. Okay, so the project with the East Palo Alto Senior Center is the East Palo Alto Senior Center invites you as students to help us digitally transform and upgrade our organization. You will use our digital skills to design a new website with event calendars, volunteer appreciation, photo galleries, and donation information to connect with the East Palo Alto community and neighboring cities. So this is exciting. Essentially, you're looking for a brand new website that these students can actually create from scratch that has these specifications. And I'm assuming that the items that I just mentioned are kind of the priorities, right? Event calendars first, volunteer appreciation, photo galleries, and so forth. Okay, cool.
Yes, they are. I'm sorry.
Great. And what are the types of events that you all have? Give us some. What are some of the key events that you typically have?
So our fundraisers are everything that we do all together. We've done a big crab feast, which is one of our largest moneymaker. When we do it, we do Harlem Nights, which is a little bit of you dress like the Roaring 20s, like you're in the Roaring 20s, and then you do a little gambling on the side. It's really fun.
Sounds like my
we also do we celebrate Chinese New Year. We celebrate birthdays. We have a centenarian here. She will be, when she returns, I think 107.
Wow.
We do breakfast. We do a country breakfast where you get everything: bacon, eggs, pancakes, biscuits, that are, et cetera, et cetera.
I want some bacon now. Maybe for later.
We have volunteers appreciation. Sometimes you never know who you might meet here. You might meet Congresswoman Jackie Spears, her assistant, Katrina, Judge LaDoris Cordell. You never know when you walk into this building who might be visiting. And our seniors love it because they get a chance to come here and just sit and talk with each other, share life with each other.
A home away from home.
A home away from home.
Yeah,
Yeah, refuge away from home. They love it.
So for the volunteer appreciation items, what would you say as it relates to the website, what do you think about when you think about your volunteers and what you want to highlight about them?
Can you repeat that? A motorcycle was just driving.
No problem. So when you think about volunteer appreciation and how you want to highlight your volunteers, what do you think about when you think about your volunteers and what you want to highlight about that community, about the individuals?
Well, we have the appreciation to thank them for the services. Go ahead.
We have the appreciation to show them how much we appreciate what they've done. I mean, they come wholeheartedly. They deliver the food. They don't complain. They just come back and tell us really nice stories. Some of the women or people say, well, what took you so long? You're supposed to be here 30 minutes ago, blah, 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 not realizing that, they have many others that they deliver to. Also how they feel about it. When they come, they're so excited. Bridget, what can I do? Bridget, what do you want me to do? They pick up, sometimes some of them pick up the donation on their way here to the center. And, and they take their time and they do it with a lot of love. Sometimes you might have a little disgruntled senior in line when we're distributing the food, but they do it with a smile. And that's so much appreciated. They love their time.
We give them certificates.
Yes, we give them certificate, and we also try to give them gas cards.
That's helpful.
When we do have a little extra. And yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah, those are wonderful. And then when it comes to memories that you have taken in terms of photos or even videos, what would you say the types of photos and videos and content that you've collected over the years have been about, and how might you want those to be displayed or recreated or shared on your website?
I think some of the volunteers, when they come to volunteer, they enjoy what they do. And we make it fun. So we become one big family. And we work well together. We gel. Like I said, we make it fun. We have Mormons, some of the Mormon elders and sisters who come to help us, and they just enjoy it. So as you know, they're here for a period of time. They do their service and then they leave. And you'll be surprised how many have followed after that. Actually, all of them. All of the new ones, they just come and they just be a part of, because they heard about us and, what we do. So after we're through serving and delivering to our seniors and families, we sit down and we have lunch together. We outreach together. And we also pray together. We cry together. If there's, something going on, we talk about it and we try to resolve it, and it's so much fun, So that's why those are good. Those are the memories that we have.
I think seniors have way more fun than kids. Don't you think that? Like sometimes, like seniors actually have way more of a blast than some teenagers.
Oh, they do. They are. You'd be surprised. Yeah. You would be surprised. Yes. Well, yes. But we love it, and it's the way how you talk to them.
Yeah.
They understand.
This feels like a very warm community for these students to be building a website for. And I feel like that warmness, those one-on-one connections that your organization has with its members and its community of seniors, I think should absolutely be represented in the look, the feel, the experience, the whole thing. Like it should resemble, right?
Yes.
Graphically, visually, tastefully, what you all represent. So that's very exciting. And one last question for you all around the donation system that you're looking for, because that's the most important thing, right?
Correct. Yes.
What is the current process for your donation, and what do you want to see for a digital donation system or information on the website?
Currently, it's been like word of mouth. I would hear it from one of my colleagues, or I should say my Rotarian sisters or brothers. They would tell me, Bridget, check out this grant. Or I would hear it from someone I know I've been asking about, if there's any grants, please let us know. And another thing is that we didn't have a grant writer. We've been struggling for the past couple of years to get a grant writer to write grants for us. We had one, but he passed away. And that was it for many years. He's been dead now about a year. Yeah, he passed away about a year ago.
He was one of them.
And he was one of the founders, along with his mother, as Mrs. Grant was talking about. Yeah, he passed away. What we would like to see is GoFundMe. We would like to do GoFundMe and other social media should I say methods that they have now. I don't keep up much, as you can tell. So that would help a great deal. And we'll continue to do our fundraisers as well. Yes. You have anything?
Yeah, one of the ways is that we also rent our space out, our dining room out on weekends. And that's one of the ways we raise funds too, for parties, weddings, and things like that. But for the last 2 years, we couldn't do anything. We couldn't rent anything. But now we're beginning to clean up and open up again. We'll be able to raise funds in that way too, but from our rentals.
All right. So yeah, so there's multiple ways to donate, and it could even be revenue generating donations, right, for the space as well. Okay. So Miss Grant and Miss Grant, thanks for being here. Thanks for working hard for your seniors, and thanks for enabling our young people to create a multi-generational program. Who we're going to talk to next, right after this, actually, is Generations Connections, which is actually creating programs to help digital literacy for seniors. If you want to stick by and check out what they got going on too, maybe there's some connections there. But I want to say thank you for you two, and have a great weekend, and look out for solutions from our students, whether it be this round or immediately afterwards. So thanks for answering these questions.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you too.
Absolutely. Love your hat, by the way.
That's what
I need one of those.
She's a hat lady.
All right. Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Don't work too hard.
We'll try not to. Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. You can sit and use.
All right, so that was East Palo Alto Senior Center. We're going to now get started with Generations Connections next. So we'll take a momentary break and get set up, and we shall start in just a little bit.
Sure, no worries. Yeah.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one. Like, for real.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hugh,
All right.
how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let me actually double check something really quickly because I need to make sure this is actually going to fit in technically. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Okay, this should work out. Okay, hi. How do you pronounce your name? Just want to get that straight first before we go further.
Hugh.
Hugh. Okay, great, wonderful, and Catherine as well. Nice to meet you too. So I'm Derek with Pilot City, and I'm excited to talk to you about Generations Connections. So would you two be able to actually share with me how you two both fit into the organization and how the organization spawned and started? Give us the why of why Generation Connections exists and how you all got started.
Do you want to go, Catherine, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, sure, I can start, and then yeah, I mean, Hugh was, we'll talk more about this in the future, but yeah, I originally joined, I think, like last summer, and I'm currently like one of the lead volunteers for Generations Connections, one of the programs that Triple R Computer is currently hosting, and I pretty much coordinate like the outreach and volunteering and recruitment of volunteers as well. So I was really inspired by the original purpose and mission of the main nonprofit Triple R Computer, and yeah, you can talk more about Triple R Computer.
So Triple R Computer was a organization that encouraged corporations to donate rather than recycle their laptops, and then we refurbish them and give them to low-income kids for education.
Great. Okay. And for the generations, and how does the two organizations work together, or how does the branding of it all work together? I think there's Triple R Computers, there's Generation Connections. How do those different organizations or branding kind of come together as one?
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead, Hugh.
So Triple R Computer distribute laptops to schools, kids, and then we give them digital literacy and coding classes, and then we join the UCLA social enterprise class, and we discovered that we could do the same with the seniors, where the younger generations could teach the older generation computer literacy and help them out in navigating the digital landscape.
Mm-hmm. Great.
So Triple R is kind of like the parent organization. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Triple R is the parent organization. Generation Connections was formed for digital literacy kind of purposes, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And is there like a third leg to that? Is there anything like another organization that you are doing, like another initiative that kind of builds out the vision a bit more?
Not at the moment.
Okay. There's probably 2 is enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think basically Triple R's main goal is to, obviously address the digital divide. So that means refurbishing donated computers and then providing that to children and students in the Bay Area. And then Generation Connections was mainly kind of like also another way to both connect students and volunteers with seniors, as well as provide like a kind of revenue stream for the Triple R to allow the operations to continue. So yeah, like in addition to offering that volunteer opportunity and also providing essential digital literacy skills to seniors, it's also like a way that to support the Triple R computer organization.
All right, great. And so, and then when it comes to Triple R and Generations Connections, in terms of the services you offer and the products too, could you two break down specifically what Triple R offers as products and services, and then after that, Generations Connections?
Yeah.
So far, we do have a technical branch, where technicians are capable of doing IT support for nonprofit as well as for-profit companies. Well, I guess that could be the third leg,
Right.
And as for Generation Connections, the main product would be the digital literacy classes for seniors and also anyone else in the public who, wants digital literacy classes. And I guess that's like the main part that would be also paid. But on the other hand, we're also offering an opportunity for high school volunteers to gain experience and also connect with seniors. So that would be the main service.
Okay, great. So it's mostly refurbishing and selling of computers for the actual Triple R side, and then for the Generation Connections, it's it's classes, right, for most of the seniors, right? Okay. And then Generation Connections, I'm assuming is it for profit on the or is it a nonprofit organization on the Generation Connection side?
It's just a branch right now.
A branch. Okay,
so
got it. Got it. So so at the end of the day, it is still all Triple R, right? Essentially.
Yes.
Okay, great. Generation Connection is almost like a name, right, for the digital literacy work that you do.
Yeah, that program.
Got it. Okay, good, great. So the project scope that you have identified is to join our mission to bridge the digital divide and become a volunteer digital literacy instructor for seniors who are learning to use modern technology such as mobile phone apps and privacy settings and internet security and online shopping. Those are great lists, by the way. Be a part of our growing technical development classes for seniors by creating a digital literacy curriculum on slide presentations and learning to teach lessons. That is very clear, and I think students will have a lot of interest in this. We actually have found that a lot of students make these ideas on their own already. And that's kind of exciting. Like we had Congresswoman Barbara Lee as an employer in our program a few years ago, and a lot of students developed solutions for that. Students developed solutions for the pandemic. We found for seniors too. Like we actually had a team of students who developed like a grocery delivery service for seniors. I know it's not fully digital literacy related, but it's because they didn't know how to use Instacart, or DoorDash, right? So they need some way to get food, right, without having their family members there. So I guess this is an exciting project scope, and it's really clear as well. I guess, is there anything with the project scope, like that you can, I guess, could you share where you all are at with the current status of your digital literacy program and why this is actually going to be very helpful for your digital literacy program?
Do we share the actual document that we created, or let them create their own document and let them finalize with what we have later when we pick them?
Are you asking Catherine that or myself?
I'm asking you, Derek.
Well, so what our program is the project scope I just defined. Students are going to develop solutions for that, and then they're going to have all these prototypes for you, and you get to review all those prototypes and then pick from that pool all the different students you want to have go forward to further develop those ideas further, right? So my question for you is like, based on what the project scope is right now and what you want from students, how will that help where you're at right now with your current program for digital literacy?
Well, we have like text written up already. So we just have to find the capability of the students, and then they could finalize our training in a slide form.
Yeah. So.
Right.
Oh. Sorry.
Right, Catherine.
Yeah. I think that's like on the PilotCity part and like why we're looking for volunteers. And as for our current status as a program, we're like currently conducting outreach and trying to get our first clients, and we have the curriculum designed, but we're hoping to flesh out the slides. We have like a template deck, but the topics will need to be further elaborated on, and that's where the students would come in and provide their own insight and also creativity in like presenting those ideas, since we don't have the final slide deck. So definitely, we would really, benefit from having those new ideas as to creating engaging and also comprehensible slide decks for, to meet each senior's individual needs and pace. And we also are definitely welcoming toward the students novel ideas as to other topics that seniors might be interested in. You listed like some of the topics that are the core of our curriculum, but we're definitely open to expanding that as well. So maybe a specific app. We were even thinking about maybe social media. So students who have interests or knowledge of other programs could incorporate their specific interests and knowledge into the slides and help us flesh out our curriculum so that it's ready to go, and we can start giving lessons, hopefully starting in the beginning of summer.
Okay, great. Cool. That was my next question, is the timeline. So this summer is, well, we'll see how many students we can get this right now, since I think the program was published a couple weeks ago. But I think that it's highly possible. I need to look at how many students are in it right now. But it seems like something that's ongoing too, right? You're going to launch this summer ideally, but then it's going to keep going as well, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Right? Okay, great. And what would you say the key topics that you're looking for are? I think you mentioned those things here, but is there specifics around the types of mobile phone apps that you want to prioritize? What are maybe some of the key privacy settings you find, the key internet security items, the key online shopping apps? I guess I could have my own like assumptions and guesses, but would love to hear if you guys are getting data on your side on which ones for, like maybe one for each one of those categories that you find that are most helpful, you know?
Sure. Since we haven't started our classes officially yet, like a lot of the specifics will need to be worked out with each individual, senior home or client who comes to us, since each person's needs and most of these apps might differ a little bit. But definitely for communication, thinking of at least like the basics like messages, maybe WhatsApp. In more advanced would be like social media, like Instagram or definitely Skype and Zoom. Those two are key for the communication aspect. And as for internet security, we're planning to talk about phishing or anti-phishing and how to spot spam emails and how to report those. And specifically with a focus on financial exploitation and helping seniors mitigate that. So how to recognize emails that might be from an unreliable sender, and we'll be looking at like examples of that. And the last topic would be like online shopping. So we could look at using Instacart as you mentioned, maybe also like Grubhub and other delivery services. So the specifics will need to be ironed out in the future, but that's the general idea.
Okay. And where are the seniors being sourced from? And is it going to be in a particular location, or is it going to be like content when it comes to the classes? So what's the format for the delivery of the program? And where are the participants mostly going to come from, do you think?
Yeah, so originally we wanted to have in-person classes, so that would limit us to wherever the volunteers that we recruited, where they live by. And most of our volunteers are pretty much in the Bay Area, so pretty much all seniors or any senior home in the Bay Area. However, like since some senior homes are kind of still very restrictive and are prioritizing safety, we're planning to transition to Zoom lessons, and that might allow us to, reach out to more senior homes. But as of right now, still based in the Bay Area.
Okay. Yeah, there could be some interesting things that can be done with this. Like it could even be something that, like the class could even be something that's like an event, like let's go on a vacation together and let's use Airbnb to do it, or let's go travel to a local, let's go to Half Moon Bay together on Uber, or let's have a movie night and DoorDash it,
right.
That could be the class, right? Like that could be kind of interesting. Might be an expensive class, definitely. But it sounds kind of fun.
Definitely an interactive one. Yes.
For sure. And the reason why I thought about that is because one time I actually traveled with the mayor of my hometown to Italy.
Wow.
And we were talking about this as the concept. And I always had that in my brain of like, oh, that'd be a fun digital literacy program for seniors to learn apps, right? To do the thing that they're doing.
Definitely.
And that could be actually what it is. Like you're saying, in order for them to take a Zoom class, they need to learn Zoom first, right? And so maybe that's the kickoff program, right? For seniors is learn Zoom by taking a Zoom class, maybe that's the first step. And then that first entry point has to be super stupid simple. It's like click this link, on your text message, and then it'll figure. Then everyone should be connected, or everyone call this number, and everyone because seniors know how to call people, right? So maybe everyone calls a number and then everyone's on the phone together, and then everyone, and maybe that's the Zoom, right? That's a Zoom line. Right?
Call
You
them,
know what I
yeah.
mean? Like you can call the Zoom number, and then that's the phone. Then they're on Zoom. Then once they're on the phone, then you tell them to like check their text, and then you instruct everyone to like check their text for the Zoom link, and then everyone clicks it, and then they get onto the Zoom app and download the Zoom app, and then once they're on the Zoom on their phone, you know, like maybe that's the class, you know. Anyways, just me thinking of ideas now, like as if I'm a student. So
exactly. Yeah, we definitely appreciate those ideas, and especially since like digital literacy, like you really have to put that into practice. And I mean, there's so many ways to get involved with it, but I think like having that as an intro would be a cool concept, definitely.
Cool. So this is an exciting program. I think that you also always need volunteers, I'm assuming. So we look forward to having students who are interested in this space, especially for students who find it useful for their own family members, right? That they want to train, right? Or maybe they have some level of frustration around training their family members around technologies, and they just want to, you know, do it once and for all kind of thing. So this is, I think, going to be exciting for a variety of students. So thanks for being on this Q&A to promote your program for our hackathon that's occurring this whole weekend. And students, this is actually on YouTube Live right now. You don't see it anywhere, but it's actually on YouTube Live right now. And we're going to be working with about 200 to 300 students who opted in to come that may be watching this throughout the day. So thanks for hopping in. And just want to see if there's anything else you wanted to share about the project that will give students context on what Generations Connections is looking for in students.
Well, I think you kind of already mentioned, like, you know, we're definitely open to the creative ideas and also any expertise that students might have, interacting with their own family members or other seniors. Like some of our current volunteers are also have also previously worked with seniors in the past, so that definitely would give them extra insight. So I would definitely encourage students to, you know, kind of use their past experiences with family members or other seniors as a launching point for creating slides and making material interactive. And don't be afraid to experiment with it a little bit, but also consider what might be most readily digestible for the seniors when you're creating slides.
Wonderful. Awesome. Hugh, anything else to add to that?
Just dealing with seniors, I think, is the most important part. Okay. Technical could be taught, you know. Customer service is a harder, you know, part to teach.
Great. Right? Great. Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Catherine. Thanks for your time on 7:30 p.m. on a Friday. And if you guys have any particular questions, I think you know who to ask. And thanks for thanks for being on here. And talk to you all soon.
Thank you, Derek.
All right.
Okay. Bye, all.
Bye.
And who we have next is Choose Local San Mateo County, but we'll take a little break in the meantime. So we'll get back on in about 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you all.
No, I had Jeff give me his contact, so I'm currently gonna call him to check in. Okay, sounds good. Yes, yes, just got back with him, and he is currently hopping on right now. He logged in earlier, but it just wasn't, the connection was off for him. Yeah.
From what? Ew.
Okay. Yeah, I could check on that. Hey.
All right, hi guys. Sorry about the delay. Okay.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
All right, Aaron, we are going to get started now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. I'm streaming from my or tethering from my phone, so if it's choppy, just let me know.
It's actually pretty
I'll
good.
turn off my.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Thanks for hopping on, Aaron. So maybe you can share with me and to students. We're actually live streaming on YouTube right now. You don't see it on the Zoom here, but we're actually using the Zoom to live stream. So students may be watching
Hi,
this.
everybody.
We're having a weekend digital hackathon this weekend. So
Cool.
we're just gonna get to know you about get to know more about Choose Local, so we can understand more about the program and project you got going on. Okay, so maybe what you can do to get started is tell us more about you and what you have, like what brought you here. What has been your life journey up to this point, and why Choose Local? So tell us maybe a bit of a story of where the intent is and where it came from personal to Choose Local.
Yeah, so I'm originally from the Midwest, Iowa. I moved out here to the Bay Area about 11 years ago and started to do pop-up events with the companies that I was working with, and slowly raised up in the ladders of the companies I was working with, and then started my own company back in 2013, a tech company that focused on pop-ups, and that was my graduate thesis in grad school. And so that led me to win awards across the world. We were in an accelerator program, and that was just it was just a lot of fun. I was traveling all over the place, speaking at conferences, and then I closed that down a few years ago because we got hacked, and we were able to recover from it. And so spent a couple of years trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life after spending 7 8 years on this one project or this one business, and then started taking classes at the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center in the Bay Area, which they teach all types of classes. And one of the people that my instructor for the class was actually a friend of mine that I had worked with in a volunteer capacity in the past. And so she's like, Aaron, you've worked with so many businesses, you've done like all this stuff, you should be teaching this class. And so she actually had me come in and teach about pop-ups to her students in one of her classes, and she brought that to the rest of her team. And so they asked me to join as a consultant for the Renaissance Center. So I teach a pop-up accelerator. It's 4 weeks long, helps people start, grow, or expand their business in 4 weeks. Very intensive. And then we end up with people actually doing a pop-up at a market, at a farmer's market, wherever it might be. And so it's this really fun process just to help entrepreneurs, specifically minority and low income. And then started teaching more with the Renaissance Center, and because of that, one of the people that I taught was also in the class that I took with the Ren Center, and she took my class, and she approached me back in March about the San Mateo County. She works for SAMCETA, which is the San Mateo County Economic Development Association, and they're working with the county to launch this app right here, Choose Local, San Mateo County. And so it's a federally funded program through ARPA funds, which is American Rescue Plan Act. And they wanted to, instead of just giving money out to a bunch of different people without any oversight, they wanted to make an impact, a bigger economic impact that they could track. So they started working with this company called Kolu, which created the Choose Local app. And they really work with cities, mainly cities across the country, including Boston, some here, other ones in here, California, Akron, Ohio. And this is the first county that they're working with. And so they've been having a little bit of trouble coming to getting this fruition to happen, getting a lot of traction here in the county. And so just because of my connections, my friend that I took that class with, that she took my class, she works for them, they approached me. So now I'm consulting for them to get more users on our platform and more businesses on the platform as well. So that's how I'm associated with Choose Local. I'm not the back end of it. I'm like not the tech software of it, but I'm helping guide their product development based off of what I'm hearing from when I'm out there talking to users and talking to businesses. I'm helping them with their sales and marketing, and helping them with basically just making sure it's a success as soon as possible here in the county. And this is where this internship is really important, and where you can learn a lot, because there's specific parts of biz dev, marketing, sales, communications, content creation, video editing, photography, interviewing. It's just like a very holistic opportunity for somebody or a group of people to come together and make a big difference in San Mateo County and the supporting small businesses.
Wonderful. You said a lot of words that kind of like spawned a couple thoughts in my head. So I want to address those actually. What was your fascination around pop-ups in the early days?
So I started Pop-Upsters back in 2013. It was actually my thesis in grad school. When I was working with my first job out here, actually, I mean, I've been doing events since I was a teenager, before planning them, whether it was prom to community, like volunteering events. In college, I was in a fraternity, and I was a community service chair, and so I planned a lot of events around community. And once I graduated, started doing more events, and realized that events are a great way for businesses to get experience and exposure, build their brand awareness. And so I, in grad school, while studying economic development and community development, was working full time. And my first job out here was with the farm. Well, yeah, that was my first job. And I introduced them. I mean, if anybody's familiar with it, if you get boxes of fruits and vegetable on your doorstep once a week or once a month, it's probably from Farm Fresh to you. And the reason why you probably found them was because you saw them at an event, and I introduced that program to them, and that's how they grew very, very rapidly. This was back in 2011. And then I switched to another farm where I had a little bit more responsibility and was managing the farmers markets, and just using different pop-up techniques, ways of using grassroots marketing to really promote the farm itself and all the different sales channels that they have, all the different ways that they can buy the product and what's unique about it, and just educating people on how to cook the product itself, grew our sales in every single department, like within months of me joining the team. And so we went from doing about 30K a month in sales across each different department to doing almost 100K in sales within just 6 months time period. And the CSA program, which they had boxes that they delivered to people's doors as well. When they came in, they wanted to have, I think it was like 500. And by 6 months prior to that, they wanted to have 500 subscriptions, and they were only at 325. Within 9 months, we were at 1,400. And that was all just because of going out there and doing pop-ups. And so when I was looking at doing my thesis for grad school, for my master's, I was like, I want to do it on pop-ups. I want to see how pop-ups can help businesses start, grow, and expand. And so there wasn't a lot of research out there on the time from an economic standpoint and from a business standpoint. And so I set off doing research and was talking to businesses individually while I was working for tech companies at the same time, granted. And so I was this young 23-year-old kid that had this idea of like working with pop-ups and was working alongside these other kids that weren't not much older than me. They were raising millions of dollars or selling their company because they created tech. And I decided, I could turn this pop-up. Like the biggest thing that I discovered is it's hard to find places to pop up, and it's hard to manage events, like the vendors that are popping up if you have an event. So I was like, let's just create this software to do it. And that's where Pop-Upsters, my former company, was born. And now my current company is the Pop-Up Guide, which is, there's a huge emphasis on pop-ups and events, and event planning, but there's also business coaching involved. Like, it's not just doing pop-ups, but it's like you need to, if they're going to be successful at the pop-up and in business, they have to learn the right business skills, which is why I team up with groups like the Renaissance Center to really teach these people the skills that they need. And I'm getting really excited because I really want to have more youth entrepreneurs involved. I was lucky enough in Iowa at the time, had a really great education system, and I was in the Talented and Gifted program. And so unlike my peers, I was getting special attention, and I was able to take, we had an entrepreneurship like a module, and we had to create our own business and do all of this stuff. And so I had that experience from a very young age in like 3rd and 4th grade, where kids don't get that these days. And so I want to bring these to schools and teach kids at a young age through high school and college even what entrepreneurship is and how they can really take a piece of their culture or a piece of what they really like to do, their hobby, and figure out how to make money doing it and turning it into a business, using the pop-up model to begin with, because pop-ups are very, very affordable to do versus trying to get a brick and mortar or trying to establish this huge operation and then launching. It's get out there quick and easy, see what works, what doesn't work, spend as little amount of money as possible, and get your idea off the ground.
So we have a lot of similarities. When was the pop-ups, your pop-up moment? When was the pop-up research stuff going on? Was that 2011, 2012, 2013 when pop-ups were getting bigger?
Yeah.
And
basically,
you were 23-ish at that time, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you're like 30 something right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I literally, people didn't know, like when I first started it, nobody knew what a pop-up was. And the big thing that they thought about pop-ups was food trucks. Like that was like their big food, like the food related issues. But pop-ups can help businesses beyond food. Any type of business can do a pop-up, whether that's you're doing an exhibit at a trade show, or you're doing something at the farmer's market, or you're taking over an empty retail space. Like anybody could do a pop-up, and nobody knew what it was. But because I'm a really good marketer and like really good at PR, and so I was like teaching people about pop-ups all over the world and speaking on stages all over. And really, I could probably say this, like one of the leading experts in the world on anything related to a pop-up, which is great. I mean, I had 10 years of experience, but nobody knows what pop-ups were before that.
So I'll tell you why I'm asking these questions about pop-ups.
Yeah.
So I studied architecture at Cal Poly, And in my senior year of college, which was 2011, I joined a senior thesis where we got a shipping container donated to us, and we converted it into a community kitchen for food deserts. And then we actually like painted it, welded it, constructed it. I ran kind of the business side of things because I was trying to exit architecture. And then we kind of tried to make that into a business. It didn't end up going because none of my team members wanted to do it. And then I wanted to, after I graduated in 2012 or so, I wanted to go down the pop-up thing still. So I started a kind of like just a fun little like news thing called Pop-Up Digest, which is very similar to what you're saying. Pop-Up, I think your other brand. So and then I got really fascinated with pop-up stuff while in that phase. So I feel like we actually did kind of the same thing, but you did it like 1,000 times better. And then I went down.
I would don't say that. Don't discount
it wasn't. It really wasn't about that, but it's just like we did the same thing at the same time, which was really fast. You're like a replica of like those 3 years that we were both in. So I thought I'd just dig into that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, don't discount yourself in what you did. It's just everybody does it a little bit differently. And then we did have competitors at the time too, but they weren't calling them pop-ups at the time. It was like the storefront was our biggest competitor. And we actually got a cease and desist for something very stupid from them. But it wasn't like anything like bad. And their model, like what we did when we were going out there, this is, I think, good for anybody watching it now or later too, is we differentiated ourselves. Like we went out there and talked to our customers and used the storefront.com and asked them what they liked about it and what they didn't like. And everybody said the exact same thing. They were too techy, like they were like a tech company. There wasn't that customer service or like that they really cared about it. They just wanted to make money. And their pricing was just way too out of us who they were targeting, out of that people weren't able to afford it. And they were targeting like arts and craft vendors, which they don't have that kind of capital to spend thousands of dollars on a pop-up when they don't know if they're going to be successful or if it's going to. So we just like targeted events and space that was free and did a very reasonable price, very reasonable business model for the pricing structure, at least. And that's where we were able to grow with it. Like right before right before we got hacked, we had just launched like maybe 5 or 6 months earlier in 12 different metros because our model with our strategic partners let us get to these areas like so quickly because they had the locations there. And that's one of the things that I teach in one of my classes is if you're going to expand into wholesale or into like just expand in general, like have a customer or a partner that is in these areas before you try to go into those areas because they already have customers, they already have the product or the store, the space in those areas. So it's much easier to obtain new customers if you have a partnership with somebody that already has an existing target audience for you in that area.
Mm-hmm. So choose local San Mateo County. So you just have come to the point where you've now hit this kind of economic development scenario of the pandemic and relating almost the pop-up kind of culture post 2008, right? That's kind of what spawned that need or desire, that requirement for flexibility and kind of temporary storefronts, temporary pop-ups. Yeah. There's a new kind of demand now, right, from the pandemic. And I'm assuming that that's related to why I think we're doing what we're talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and just read the project scope for what you have scoped out for PilotCity. And sure. It's to come learn outreach and business development skills by working with a global tech company that is helping grow local economic activity in San Mateo County. You will create grassroots marketing campaign to get local businesses to become redeeming businesses and earn cash from the county. So perhaps you can explain the partnership between the organization and the county and what the county was looking for. and then after that, what the tech company has as a vision on top of that.
That's it. I could do that. I don't know if I'll do it very well. I'm new to. I've only been working with them for about a month and a half now. But the county hired Colu.com to create this app. They're a company that does this at cities all over the country. It's a white label product. Now they're doing it in a county with many, many, many cities. So it's a little bit different on their end. But the county's goal was to spark economic development, really help those affected most by the pandemic, help new businesses get started too, get support from the county, and then also let the users, the customers, the people using the app to discover these businesses and shop at these businesses, let them get rewarded for doing that, giving them points that they can use on businesses that they shop at frequently and getting free coffees or discounted items or whatever it is. And then instead of the business putting that discount in there trying to encourage customers to come, it's the county paying for that discount for that business. And so it's just this way to spark that economic development, that business discovery, and that help, that little extra help that businesses need that they wouldn't have thought about before, wouldn't have the opportunity to before. And for loyalty programs, and for the most part, those are the businesses purchasing those loyalty programs, or they're paying for those discounts that they're giving out to people because of that buy 10, get one free model. Where this one, it still could be that buy 10, get one free, but the county's paying for that last one versus it coming from the business's pocket. Colu, from what I understand, talking to their COO and the rest of their team, is that their vision is really to do this in every community all over the place. Let people really shop as local as possible. And just with my connections to different economic development agencies across the Bay Area, I'm trying to help them envision seeing this even bigger, that this could be a regional app that you're supporting all Bay Area local businesses and getting rewarded to do so.
So there is a bucket, it looks like, that economic development has with the county to fund a initiation of activity, right, around economic development, that they partner with Colu or Choose Local San Mateo County on. Am I correct? Is that there's a fund that sparks the initial development of the economic activity? Is that correct?
If I understand you correctly, yes.
Okay.
So it is the county wanting to spark economic development, wanting to help small businesses in general. It's only local businesses can be on the app. So it's not any of the big box stores. Like, you can't go to Target and get 20% back and then go spend it at a local business, which, now that I think about that, that's not that too bad of an idea because people are already spending money there anyway. So, like, why not reward them to then spend it at a local business?
I guess the question is, there's no. I'm always curious about how governments actually pull that off, because I think you can pull it off because that's the function of government, right? You have money that comes from taxes to fund things at an ongoing basis. That's the revenue, right? So it is sustainable to some extent. So I guess there. This is me now, my brain being curious, right? But like, is this something that the county is trying, making it happen, and then as it becomes successful, then there's going to be a funding stream that keeps going, perhaps, right? Government programs always go up and down, but based on use and so forth. But I'm assuming that that's the intent, right? Is spur, get it going, get traction, and then keep funding it given the traction, right?
That's exactly it, and that's why I've been brought on, because they didn't have that traction up until they brought me on, and I'm kind of brought on as an emergency, just because I just have the right background at the right time and I knew the right people, and they're like, we have to do this as quickly as possible, which is why it's only been a month and a half, and we're looking at an internship program like this because Colu's had interns working on this, but Colu doesn't know San Mateo County like I know San Mateo County, or anybody in the Bay Area would know San Mateo County, because they're based out of New York and they don't have anybody here on the ground. And so we do have an intern that we are working with right now that Colu just hired that is Bay Area based, specifically San Francisco. And so whoever joins us would be working closely with them, very closely with me. But the whole goal is to, by September, when the initial funding runs out, well, it actually hasn't run out. It's that the funding will be pulled back if this isn't proving that it works, and doesn't have, as long as if it has the traction, and we've already made, okay, let me take a step back. We've made an economic impact that we can track right now up over 230K since it was launched in November. The thing with what happened in November, it was a big, huge push. Lots of people downloaded it, and then January came and Omicron happened, and so they just kind of like we lost that momentum, and we're still trying to get it back. And so we have basically until September to have a team, including myself and this other intern, and hopefully a PilotCity intern or 2, 3 or more, however many are interested in this, can come on, and we could just hit the ground with the tools and resources that I've created and the things that you guys are already doing. Like every day I'm learning when I'm talking to somebody, and even talking to this intern, like I'm learning from them what they want too, because if you live in San Mateo County or visit San Mateo County or work in San Mateo County, you can visit these businesses and start earning rewards. So, and then you can use for free coffees, free ice creams, like whatever you want to spend it on at those redeeming businesses. But we definitely need to keep that funding coming so that we can show that this app is really beneficial. And talking to the business owners, they're like, I don't know why anybody would have downloaded this app. It's free money for everybody involved. It's just do it. And the best businesses on the app that are redeeming businesses are the ones that say, hey, download this app right now because you get $15 just for downloading and linking your card, and you'll get $15 that you can use right here, right now. And then that business owner, gets that $15 at the end of the month or whatever the cycle is for his payout. So it's just like a no-brainer. Like like the discount's getting paid by the county and not by the business owner.
So just to share a few things. San Mateo County Labs, County of San Mateo's IT department's innovation labs around smart cities, was an employer in our program in the years back. That's FYI. Also, San Mateo County Office of Education, which is the county office of education that is kind of like the parent to the school districts within San Mateo County. We've been in a grant with them, and we engage with them, and they promote us in their school districts. And then we also have been working with San Mateo County schools, kind of informally, like Jefferson Union High School District in Daly City. Also, South San Francisco has been dabbling in us. And then a bunch of students have kind of learned about PilotCity throughout. So we do have San Mateo County blood in our program in terms of students. It's not at a mass amount, but there is that they do exist. So I just want to let you know that. I think Choose Local San Mateo County has published their I think it's published their program maybe about 3 weeks ago or something like that, right?
No, it was like maybe a week.
A week ago, right? Yeah.
I think it might have been last Friday, or maybe.
Got it. So
I think, or maybe it was the Friday before. No, it had to have been this last Friday. Yeah.
Okay, that's recent, and we definitely want to see how we can get students like immediately. Though our program has a lot of students who are in the program earlier, and so they've chosen a lot of employers already. So we'll see how good, like how many candidates we can get for you. Now, moving into the future, I'm really excited to have students in San Mateo County actually choose this program, because they would and they will. But the school year's ended now almost. And so I really hope this keeps going into next year, because I think we're going to be able to get a lot more candidates, like almost like an army right?
Yeah.
So, in like next year, early next school year, right? Which is end of summer, early fall, like that period is when students start joining again. So just hopefully Kolu and Choose Local and so forth can maintain its momentum, because I think we're going to be able to we can work on getting candidates this year right now, but going into next year, that's going to have a much fuller force just to give you a tool to factor into your planning as well.
Yeah. So I would see that point, or to your point, one, you don't have to be located in San Mateo County to be an intern with this.
Okay.
It definitely would help, but there's lots of ways that you can still participate remotely. But being local, like, provides a different type of opportunity than it does if you're like, because you can go in person, you can like talk to business owners, you can do the content live right there in person, like getting photos and videos, etc. So there's that component that you don't have to be necessarily local to San Mateo County. It definitely helps for certain projects or certain elements, but like during the pandemic, I had a team of 30 interns for a nonprofit that I was working with based in the East Bay, and we were all remote, and we were all recreating what we were doing beforehand, making it all virtual. So, like, if you want to be a part of this project and work remotely, I'm totally fine with that. The second part of that is, if we could get some numbers on how many students are on Pilot City in San Mateo County, and maybe like just put some like thought behind what that might look like, I could take that to the county when they're looking at the funding and say, hey, like, if you fund us for another 6 months, we have all of these people that might be interested, these interns that are going to be learning while supporting local economic development and local businesses. And that's something that the government wants to hear. They want to hear that we're supporting workforce development and economic development. And so it's like, these projects are really exciting, and I hope I did a good job getting people excited about it, because I love what this app is doing from the user side and the business side, and it's just like having a team of interns out there learning from them, learning from me and the other people on our team, those different skill sets that, I mean, I did my first internship, well, not my, I did a lot of fellowships and like other service learning projects, but my first official internship was when I was an undergrad. It was my senior year, and it was in communications with the state capitol, the Senate, and I learned so much in that short period of time that I was able to get subsequent jobs just based off of what I was learning in terms of communication, which is outreach, which is a little bit of biz dev, a little bit of sales, it's a little bit of content creation, it's videos. Like, one of my first videos that I ever posted to YouTube, well, actually, one of the only videos, was when marriage equality was unanimously legalized by the Iowa Supreme Court, and it was the first legal, like, Supreme Court case that it was unanimously voted on, and we were taking a video of one of the senators, only out senator at the time in Iowa, and that, and then we took another video of the Senate Majority Leader pushing down a call for a bill to oppose gay marriage, and these videos got over 100K overnight of like views, and it was like, what? And this is back in like 2009, where virality wasn't, like, it was very rare, like very, very rare to go viral back then, where now it's like everybody's gone viral once. But like, so like there's opportunity to, like, if you take advantage of what we could teach you, as well as what you can do and help with us, like there's a lot that we can do to help you in the future as an intern, whether that's giving you a reference or writing you a letter of recommendation. But if I would have known about an internship like this when I was in high school or undergrad, like, I would have just taken it and run with it. It probably would have changed my life in a completely different capacity.
Sure, yeah. To answer your question, I don't know the exact numbers, how many San Mateo County students are in our program, but we're definitely actively working with San Mateo County schools. And I wouldn't say it's as strong as our Alameda County show out or Santa Clara County show out or our Contra Costa County show out, but San Mateo County show out is there. I would say probably like, I don't know, conservatively 10%, but I would say it's more realistically probably 15 to 20% or San Mateo County proper. And then what's cool about the program is that you got a published program. So as long as it's standardized in a way that you want to keep getting a flow of young people who want to do this project, it's just going to aggregate and create a snowball of talent who want to do this, right? So that I think those two aspects definitely can be shared with your stakeholders. So, Aaron, I really appreciate the conversation. I actually wish we can go a little further, and this was really entertaining and very fascinating, and I find interest in the things that you find interest in. So that's why I think it's also entertaining. But I want to say thank you for answering some key questions and promoting this particular program. Is there any particular last things you'd like to share about what you're doing that is actually, I don't know, insightful or useful or inspirational or for students who are?
Well, the reason why I had to push this until 8 p.m. today is because I am at Four Seasons in East Palo Alto for a Anamatangi Polynesian Voices annual event. And the reason why I was late a few minutes is because the Crown Prince of Tonga and his mother are here, and we had to take a picture. We had the opportunity to take a picture with them, and so it took a little bit longer than I was expecting. But like, it's those types of opportunities that come across my plate that I want the interns to be involved with too, and have that experience, and like just be able to meet really cool people, meet really cool business owners, meet really cool nonprofits that are doing amazing things out there, because that's who we're supporting as Choose Local, but also with the other things that I'm involved with, which hopefully I'll be able to put some more projects up on Pilot City, because I work with a lot of different organizations all over the place, and yeah. So there's a lot of exciting things you can do, and a lot of free food that you can get as well by going to businesses. They love to give free food. Like, we walked through South City, let's see, like a couple of weeks ago, and all the food places that we stopped at were like, here, let me give you some walking food, because we were just walking door to door. So we had like vegan pot stickers. We had a number of things, but that's just the kind of thing that you get to do, and you get to learn from some really cool people. You get to meet business owners, and I think that one of the things that would be really beneficial for everybody is having that like that professional business type of communication, where you can still be relaxed in yourself, but you're still professionally speaking with other people that might seem intimidating, but they're really not, and they don't want to be intimidating to you. They want them to see you succeed, and just the more people that you can talk to about what your hopes and dreams are, the more that can become a reality, because people, once it's out there and you're telling more people, then things start to happen and it becomes a reality. So yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I hope everybody is interested in this, and if not, let me know why, because I want to make it something that people want to do.
Yeah, I think it's going to be perfectly fine. I think it's the timing for this cycle is we're gonna sprint to see in these last 3 days until the deadline. But definitely let's keep going despite that. Okay. So thank you thanks for your time. Say hi to the East Palo Alto crew for us, and talk to you soon. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Bye.
Thanks, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, so that was Choose Local San Mateo County. We're going to get started with the Ikigai workshop in just a moment. And then we'll get into a workshop right after that on what to look for in a train video and research links with Parl and Eric in just a moment after that. So stay tuned and talk to you all very soon. and enjoy the transition for now. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
In general,
have you ever found yourself working on math homework and then your friend texts you and then you get distracted and you can't focus again? Well, do we have the solution for you?
Hello, I'm Swati.
And I'm Anvi.
And this is our product,
The Focus Band.
Our solution is an armband that vibrates, immerses the user at an incremented time to help them refocus on the task at hand. The armband is turned on a singular time and then continues to work by itself. The band isn't set up manually like timers are. Instead, it's set up once with an app. You can also set the time presets.
Oh my god, this product is so helpful.
Do you lack desk space? Are you tired of using a full keyboard with a bunch of useless keys that no one's heard of? Are you tired of the same old boring keyboards offered on the market? Hi, my name is Druth, and I'm offering a keyboard that addresses these main concerns and puts them into a feature-rich design perfect for anyone's desk setup and or workflow. This keyboard will feature a smaller layout, and the option to be used as a half as well as a full keyboard. This allows us to have all the important keys at our fingertips without utilizing extra space on our desk. It will have both a macro column as well as a rotary encoder and OLED on the right. Both of these can be configured through QMK and VIA to accentuate anyone's workflow or use case. It will also use a 3-degree type angle to keep our wrists in the most comfortable position, as well as a gasket mounted system to keep the entire keyboard feeling light and bouncy while you type on it. I will be using Seed's PC manufacturing service as well as an external aluminum and 3D printed manufacturer to make this keyboard come to life.
Hello, I'm Phoebe.
And I'm
yeah, I think we're good.
Natural lighting is one of the best, but
pretty much
least
a basic
utilized
outline of what we're
resources
gonna do.
within your everyday
It's mostly
household.
casual.
So, we created the Solar Controller, a convenient, simple to set up, and affordable system to regulate natural light within your household. Our product is an automated blind system that adapts to your existing blinds, synced to the sun.
Opening them during the day, giving you natural light, and closing them at night, giving you your privacy while saving you up to 75% in energy usage. Perfect for anyone looking to reduce their energy bills and carbon footprint. We'll be manufacturing with Seed to bring our product into the real world, so start saving energy today with the Solar Controller.
Sure.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily, and as a human myself, I know that there are certain conditions that we need to live comfortably. However, not many people know that their own neighborhood is killing them. Because of this, me and my team invented the Smart Portal for the City of Hayward, an easy-to-use and practical website for residents of Hayward to understand when their air quality, water quality, and pollution levels are a bit too high. Our website is easy to navigate, easy to read, and has up-to-date information. Although this is just a portal for the residents of Hayward, anyone could use it. We have graphs and data showing the types of pollution, water reports, and so much more, which is great for scientists, engineers, and politicans, or the everyday average person. With the help of Strategy of Things, I will be updating this website regularly to get the best and most recent information. So what are you waiting for? Check out our website now.
Have you ever noticed something that you wanted to change in your community, but didn't have the resources or platform to report the issue?
Tons of citizens want to change their community, but lack a platform to get their ideas to traction.
Communify is a community engagement platform. We have both a portal for the citizens and for the city officials.
City officials can create goals for the community. For example, reduce overcrowding in our city. We have specific tasks that go into each goal. For example, create reservations for popular areas in the city, and add guards to maintain safe levels of crowding.
And this way, everyone knows what's going on in their community, and they have the power to propose new ideas and changes that they want to see in their community. We have other useful features too, like allowing citizens to see events that are happening in their city.
Communify helps citizens get engaged in community affairs. Citizens get a platform to share their ideas with the whole community.
How many times have you forgotten where you put your mask when you got home? How many times have you mixed up which mask you've already washed with a mask that actually needs washing? These are all extremely common issues that everyday households face in the new age of daily mask wear due to COVID-19. Hi, I'm Jed Miguel, creator of the Laundry Mask. Like a laundromat, the Laundry Mask creates an efficient system for busy users and families to keep their reusable face masks clean and organized in a way that is both simple and visually appealing. Designed to seamlessly integrate with your beautiful home, the next time you reach for your mask, know which one to grab using the Laundry Mask.
currently watching Pilot City Airtime 2022, get ready for another amazing workshop where, frankly, it could change your life, or at least get you an internship.
Hey everyone, this is Derek. It's been a wild night and day trying to get everything situated on the back end here, managing the event and getting all the different logistics together. We know that there's a lot of little lagginess going on with the Zoom, so we're going to resolve this for tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to do our first workshop for the event and the hackathon. And it's one that I actually find really exciting to share because it's very simple. And it's something that's very simple and useful to take on for your life as you pursue not just an internship, but just life in general, and how you can look about and look, how you can look at careers and how you can look at what you do and how you can look at what your path is in life as you pursue much more beyond high school and college and so forth. And specifically, it's something called Ikigai. Ikigai is a exciting concept because Ikigai essentially is a Japanese term for purpose and meaning. And essentially what this resembles is these four kind of outer Venn diagram circles. And essentially what it is, it's essentially things that you love, what you are good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. And through those intersections of those four things, there's even some more detailed things, which is things like passion, or profession, or vocation, or mission. So for the most part, I'll focus predominantly on the four outer categories and what my opinion is on which ones are easiest to obtain, which ones more advanced, and how many you should have of these, which is obviously as many as possible, and which ones are more priority over another. So that is what I'll cover in this Ikigai workshop, where you can learn about your purpose and your meaning. And just to give everyone context, for me, purpose is number one in life for me. Purpose, 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 purpose. Because purpose doesn't necessarily mean things that, it doesn't mean something that's good or bad, essentially. Essentially, it means it's your calling. It's your calling. It's what you're looking for. It's what you will strive to get despite the hardship. It's things that you'll pursue despite whether it's negative or positive. You just know it's something that you have to pursue. And that's very powerful when we're trying to look for something in ourselves that give us energy, that give us perseverance. And before I kind of go deeper into this, there's something that I used to talk about called passion, perseverance, and purpose. There's this 3 P's: passion, perseverance, and purpose. I think I posted on Facebook a long time ago. I was like, hey, which one goes first? Which one's second? Which one's third? Is it passion first? Is it purpose second? Is it perseverance third? Is it perseverance first? Is it passion second? Is it purpose third? And I decided for myself that passion is number one, because if you're passionate about something, it's easy to kind of to essentially offer your energy with it, right? And if you're passionate about something, you'll go for it. It's the initiation, right, of a dream, of an interest. And usually when you go down that passion, or you go down that route, or that route, as you know, tomato, tomato, you essentially find out something that is in the way, something that is hard to get to, something that is a barrier, something that's a brick wall, something that's in front of you that you have to defeat. It's kind of like Bowser, right, in the Mario games, or it's kind of like a problem, or a dilemma in a movie. And if you're passionate about it, right, and you care enough about it, and you believe in it enough as something that you really truly have interest in, you likely will persevere through it. And if you persevere through it, that's really powerful as well. Because if you persevere through it, you'll, first of all, if you're passionate about it, you'll persevere through it, meaning that a simple decision alone of saying, I'm going to go through this no matter what, that's really actually what it is for the most part. That's like 80% of it or 60% of it, right? Deciding that you're going to persevere through that run, or persevere through the hardship of a relationship, or persevere through the tasks and the issues, right, that come with all the big vision. And if you persevere through it, right, and get through it, you've broken through the brick wall. And if you've broken through the brick wall, you're on the other side, and you've solved parts of a problem, the whole problem, whatever it may be. And when you get onto the other side, you're in this new space, this space that is quite evergreen, this space that is quite like Eden, this space where you know something about yourself, and you know something about, in some cases, others, that resemble domain knowledge, something that you know that other people don't know, because you had the courage and perseverance and passion to persevere through it to the point where you've discovered a part of your purpose. You've discovered a part of what you care about more than others, because you persevered through it. So that takes me to Ikigai, right? Finding out what you love, I believe, is number one in terms of the easiest thing that you can find out, because what you love usually is your own heartstrings tugging you towards it. If you tug yourself towards what your heart desires, it allows you to take initiation and gets all your goosebumps and your emotions going, and it motivates you to do things, right? So what you love is actually pretty powerful in terms of motivating you to do something, right? And I believe that is the easiest to identify and do. And yes, those things that you love might be playing games, it might be doing art, it might be playing music, it might be hanging with friends, it might be something simple, it might be go drinking boba with your friends, having conversation, I don't know. But things like that do help you get started and open up the door to crack it open, right? So finding out what you love would be, I think, the easiest thing to identify for yourself, so you can crack open up the door and start making actions towards routes and routes that you care about. After that, I would say that the second easiest thing, or the second most useful thing to find out to move towards Ikigai, is what you are good at. What you're good at is easy to identify once you have enough data, right, on your life, enough experiences in your life, to identify what you are good at. So it's not apparent what you're good at, because everyone's starting from ground zero. Everyone was age one at some point. And you accumulate experiences, right, that help you identify what you're good at. Because not everyone finds out what they're good at, because not everyone is exposed to things that they might be good at. So I think the key thing here is to, number one, expose yourself to more experiences so you can discover what you're good at. That's number one, to open up the option pools, right, to discover what you're good at. I think it's a big lost cause when people find out what they're not good at, or what they could be better at than other things that they think they're good at, right? Because they haven't been exposed to it, right? So expose yourself to more so you can experience more and open up more opportunities to find out a wider range of things that you might be good at, so you can have a better option pool to find out what you're good at. Because guaranteed, you're good at something. Guaranteed, you are good at something. I don't know what that is. That's for you to find out. But exposing yourself to more things and widening up that option pool will help you discover that, right? So note that that is kind of what you should do to figure out things that you might be good at. And when you find out things that you're good at because you've spent a lot of time on it naturally, or people tell you you're good at it, or maybe you find yourself at the top of other people doing the same thing, but you're doing it way better than them. There are indicators for things that you are good at. And it's easy to identify if you're intentional or conscious about it, and you look out for it. So it's either you spending a lot of time on it, refining it, and you recognize that you do have your own taste in it, or someone telling you that you're good at it, or perhaps you find yourself at the top of a competition, top of a friendly environment where you're all doing something. You just find yourself being better, right, than others with it, or care more about it. That's when you find out what you're good at. And then when you know you're good at it, that's powerful, right? Because then you can 10x on it. Then you can 5x on it. You can 20x on it if you want. Because if you're good at it, that means you can spend more time on it and only get better because you're good at it already. And especially with something that you love too, that's even more powerful. So you can start to see that what you love and what you're good at merged together is even more powerful because it adds that emotional layer to it. It makes you want to spend time on it, right? And it's okay that some of these things get phased out because it'll aggregate and evolve to new things that you're good at and new things that you love, right? Like for me, I used to like shoes and cars. But now I don't like shoes and cars, but it was a good phase of my life to find out things that I was good at. Things like mechanical stuff or things like painting shoes. That helped me discover, right, what I'm good at. And now I found out that I'm good at strategy. I'm good at ideation. I'm good at, what is it? What's still my 5 strengths finders? Activator. I'm good at being, hold on, what was it? Restorative, futuristic, ideation, activator. I forgot the last one. I'll find out later. But when I found that out that I'm good at these things, now I can go hardcore on it and only excel, right? That's really what's powerful. So find out what you're good at so you can 10x on it, right? And find out indicators for it that are useful for you to find out what they are. And then the more advanced side, I would say, is what the world needs. Because what the world needs is not you anymore. It's not about what you love. It's not about what you are good at. It's about what other people need and what other people want, right? That's what's key about what the world needs. And this is actually really exciting to kind of exit the realm of you, because sometimes we're in our own head, right? Sometimes you might be thinking a lot about you and how depressed you are, or how cool you are, or however what you are that you think. We're so immersed with ourselves because that's who we're building first. And definitely build yourself up first, right? Put the mask on you if the plane's flying down before you put the mask on the person next to you, because you got to get yourself straight first before you can offer anything to the world. So definitely work on yourself and be the best person you can be, so that you can reflect the best version of yourself. So that other people can benefit from what you've learned about yourself and others, right? And what the world needs, again, is external to who you are. So it's about other people's problems. It's about other people's needs. It's about helping other people. Now, what's powerful about other people in respects to yourself is that, number one, you can help solve problems, and it helps make you feel good that you can help solve other people's problems, right? That's kind of like base number one. Base number two is that you can essentially help make a big impact in the world, right? And actually help build a vision for what you want to do and accomplish with what you're good at, perhaps, or what you love doing, and offer it to other people to establish a vision for the future of what you want to see in humanity. And it doesn't have to be also what the world needs. It could be what your community needs. It could be something small. It doesn't have to be something big, but finding out what other people need, right? And helping them. So you can actually help feel like you have purpose in the world, right? To solve other people's problems. And then what the world needs also, I think that's the one that kind of segues into the last Ikigai, fourth item. For what the world needs, it's basically your customers, right? Like what the world needs is also your market. It's basically who you're serving, and those people may have problems that you are solving that is worthwhile enough for them to pay you for your services or your product or what you're good at and what you maybe even like doing. So it's your customer base too. So what the world needs is quite powerful in that regard. And then lastly, what you can be paid for. Speaking of what the world needs and building a market and customer base, what you can get paid for. You got to sustain your efforts. You got to essentially find an opportunity to grow in that space, have financial resources so that you can actually move forward. There's a lot of different aspects to that. And what you can pay for is pretty straightforward. There's a lot of things you're going to have to pay for in life in the future. You're going to be on your own after you're outside of your family's house or whatever. So you got to figure out how you're going to sustain it, right? That's really the function of it. Now, let me demystify it's not really like true or false, but it's my own opinion. For me, money is not number one. The reason why money is not number one is because if money is number one, then most likely there's going to be a ceiling of how much money you can get. And the reason why that is because if you're going for money only, people are going to recognize that you don't really care about what they need. You really aren't doing something that you necessarily love doing, and you're not necessarily exercising things that you're good at either. Maybe you are good at it. Maybe that's the only thing you're exercising. But you hit a ceiling because your intent is money, and it's not really. No one wants to help that, right? And so, for me, number one is my purpose, or what I'm good at, or what I love, what the world needs. Like that's number one, because that is more meaningful and gives more energy to somebody. And through what you're good at, like if you're good at playing basketball, you're gonna, you hit 3-pointers all day long. Like that is something that people will pay for to watch, right? Or if you're really good at art because you love it, and many people love it too, people will pay for that, right? But if you're going for doing art just to make money, don't plan on making money, right? So it's a catch-22 scenario. So I would not necessarily recommend pursuing what you get paid for first, because there's going to be a ceiling anyways. There's going to be a cap, right? Expose yourself to more so you know where you want to go. So that is my workshop for you all in terms of Ikigai and what that means. We will now go into another workshop now, our first workshop in the program related to the activities of our program, called What to Look For in Trained Videos and Research Links. So Parl and Eric are just live right now on Zoom. So I will take 1-2 minutes to get them warmed up, and then we'll come back in just a second to get started, okay? So enjoy, and talk to you all very soon.
I don't know. Oh, good.
Can you see my screen right now? Awesome.
Right now. Yeah, we saw it. I think your work is going on right now. We were watching it. The lag, it's like better than it was yesterday, and it's only in the video. Like the audio is completely fine.
Maybe we can do like podcast workshops, you know?
Oh, like then they won't see the platform for like the activities.
It's just like audio descriptions. Like right now, we're on a green screen. My lighting recently has just been making me like look like I'm from like Twilight or something. It's really strange.
You look really pale.
I know. I don't know what's going on, bro. Like, I swear I'm not this pale. I get vitamin D.
I added like an extra light, otherwise it's too dark. Okay.
Camera off, or are we just gonna be? Gotcha.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime 2022. Get ready for another amazing workshop where frankly, it could change your life, or at least get you an internship.
All right, let's go ahead and try this as a start. So Parl and Eric, I'll let you all take it away with the workshop on what to look for in train and research videos.
Awesome.
Hello.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Parul. I am a junior at Mission San Jose High School. I'm an alumni of the Pilot City 2020 program, and I'm now a team member here at Pilot City.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm also a junior, but I go to Irvington High School in Fremont, and I am also a member of the 2020 alumni group, and I also got brought on as a team member, and I'm really excited to be here today and talk about some training videos with y'all.
Right, so we're gonna start off with the first workshop that's talking about a specific activity on our platform. So I'm sure by now, like a couple of you have chosen which projects you want to do, and you're making your way through the activities. And so the train one is the first one that really gets you into the progress and the process of building your project. And this activity is super important. It's really important because you can't really complete the project without knowing what the employer wants from you. And that's exactly what Train does. It tells you what the employer is looking for in videos such as Approach, where they themselves explain how they would approach the problem, obstacles, and priority.
Yeah, so to give you guys an example here, I'm sharing my screen from one of our past projects. This is of Artemis Foods, and they were a cell-based meat laboratory, right? They basically sold meat that they grew in a laboratory, which I think is a really awesome concept. And this is just one of their, this is the training module. So I'm sure, hopefully a lot of you guys are already familiar with this. And if you're not, that's still great. We'll get you familiar with it during this workshop. And I actually wanted to share an example first before we headed into anything. Mainly just kind of talking about like, which videos should I be watching this? Because there are a couple, and honestly, the short answer is kind of all of them. You want to watch all of them in order to get a full kind of perspective and scope on what you want to do for your project. However, there might be a couple videos that are more important than others. Like, for example, when you're looking at a project, you definitely want to know what the priority of the project is. So let's hear from Artemis Foods themselves.
That's a great question. Well, there are 3 parts to our project on cell-based meat. The first is determining the relevant consumer segments. The second is doing a bunch of consumer surveys to understand preferences of our consumers for names and why folks would want to buy cell-based meat in the future. And the final part of the project is designing a consumer-facing brand name and logo. Our preference is for you to focus on part 2. We'd really love to get insight from you, your friends, your family about.
Awesome. So, I'm sure you just heard from that, what Artemis Foods actually want to see in their project. And honestly, that is kind of the most important takeaway from this. You're learning like exactly what they want. So they gave you 3 focuses, but they wanted you to steer more towards one direction. So if you hadn't watched the video, you might not know like what exactly you were supposed to do, and you might have built a project for the wrong project scope, which is going to be really, really tragic in the end, right?
Yeah, and then another big part is, I know she talked really fast. She probably threw a lot of information at you, so you can get confused a little bit because the employers have a lot that they want from you, and they're trying to fit it all into really concise videos, so it's not too long to watch. So we definitely recommend watching these videos more than once to get a good grasp on what they're asking from you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And you might also, like, as you probably heard from that video, it was a little bit choppy and it did get cut off in the end. So it still left wondering, like, hey, what other information should I know? Like, I still want to learn more. I want to, like, broaden my understanding of the project scope. You can definitely watch the videos more, like Roel said. And also, you can ask your peers that are also working on this internship through our PilotCity server. Maybe send out a message like, hey, people working on Artemis, like, got a quick question for y'all, like, how are you guys approaching this? Like, this is how we're doing it, and kind of just bounce ideas off each other, because that's the whole point of our community, right? So we can help each other create the best projects possible.
Yeah, and then in addition to drawing resources from the community, for the video specifically, like, what are the key takeaways that you can get from them? Some things, like, employers might mention some specific resources, they might mention specific links. And I think we're going to go through the research activity as well. So if you really quickly want to click on that for just a quick preview into it. So here the employer has listed a couple links, and as you work your way through them, you would go through, you can take notes, you can kind of learn more about your employer, because that will definitely help you on your project.
Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of different resources available to help you kind of understand what your employer is coming from and like what the scope of what they're asking for, like especially with Artemis Foods, maybe their website is going to be a really helpful resource, right? Because you're not going to be able to learn all of what the company's doing through just a couple of videos, so you can get to do the research yourself, and the employers really helpfully provide you all those resources so you can learn as much as you need about them.
Right. And so once you do all of this research, like, how is it actually going to help you in the later parts of your project? So once you go through the entire platform, you'll hit on activities such as ideate, pitch, a couple other things that we have workshops for later as well. So check those out. Quick pub there. But yeah. So once you figure out like what your employer wants from you and what your employer actually does, you'll get a better understanding of what they're asking from you, what the scope of the project is. And so then that'll help you formulate a pitch, formulate a business plan, actually come up with a prototype of an invention that you have. So the training part can help you get all your resources in order, so you kind of have a mental bank of things to pull from later when you're actually working on the prototype of your project.
Yeah, and I cannot stress enough how important it is to really understand what your project's scope is, and you can really get good insight from these training videos, from these research links, because if you're not familiar with the scope, you're not going to be able to create what the employers are actually looking for. So please, please, please make sure you understand, and if you don't understand, we're all here for you to help you with that. So feel free to ask questions, Google anything you want. And if that still doesn't lead you to any answers, we have mentorship sessions that you can come in and ask alumni and mentors and team members, like, hey, what should I do for Artemis Foods? And we'd love to help.
Yeah, definitely. And so I think we can just like go through a couple more and then maybe look at them specifically, like each of them. So I think we just start from the beginning. Program video, actually, that's like a podcast that we film with the employer, and they kind of talk about themselves, how the company got started, and it has a good background that we definitely recommend watching to get more information on your employer.
Yeah. These podcasts, we're not going to be able to watch them all the way through
Very
during
long.
this. They're a little long, but they're really useful in order to kind of understand your employer more, get to know them more on like a personal like level, not necessarily that you're talking to them, but you get to kind of hear like the passion in their voices when they speak about their company and their goals, and you kind of it's just one more deeper layer of insight.
Yeah.
And oh, we definitely have a lot more videos here for you. Actually, I think approach is going to be a good one to watch as well, because this is how the employers themselves would be tackling the project. So if you're stumped on where to start, this is definitely going to be one of the best places to look.
Hi, I'm Josh, the founder and CEO of Artemis Foods. We're working on creating cell-based meat, growing real beef muscle and beef fat outside of the animal in bioreactors as a way of figuring out how to create meat that tastes, has the same nutrition and aroma and experience of great meat, but without the environmental impacts, without needing to kill animals. Some people are really excited by what we're doing. Some people think it's horrific and terrible and frankly. As we think about preparing for launch and figuring out who are we going to be targeting, who are we going to be selling to, having a really good understanding of the different types of consumer segments that are excited or more interested and more approachable for what we're doing, and which ones are really going to hate it is going to be really important. So for this project, I think it'd be great for you to be creative and think about how are the different ways to split people up. Right? There are some obvious male, female, how old they are, maybe geography of where they live in the country. But then there's also other interesting questions that you could ask. How much meat do people eat today? Are they heavy meat eaters? Are they kind of flexitarian, right? Where they actually only eat meat a couple of times a week and they're trying to be vegetarian a lot. What other different ways can we divide people up to figure out the kinds of people that we should be focusing our efforts on? So the first thing is to think about those different segments and different ways you can slice and dice, and then go and try and collect data. They could be in-person interviews, people you know. They could be Google surveys, online, figuring out or speaking to people in forums. Be creative to try and get the data, and trying to figure out what kind of people should we be targeting. It's also really interesting to think about what should we be calling this name, right? How do people think about and feel about the term cell-based or cell-cultured or cultured or cultivated or lab-grown, right? Which one of those? And there are two things to think about in that. Which one do they seem most attracted to? Would they most want to eat as a food product? On the one hand, on the other hand, what also gives them a clear indication that this is created in this way and it's not pretending to be normal conventional meat. So have a think about all those things, and then the final task is that once you've got that information, you've got a viewpoint on who are the right people to be going after. Then you can have a think about, okay, if you're going to be creating a branded project, a branded burger, in this space, going after those consumer demographics, what's the kind of name, you can create a logo, the kind of company and brand that you create to really be attracted by those kind of people. Thank you for your help.
Awesome. All right. So in that video, you could kind of see how he started off with a description of the company, and then he went into what they actually do. So personally, I didn't know a lot of the stuff he said. And a while ago, if I would have been doing this program, I wouldn't have known a lot about cell-based meats and everything and how different people react to it. And what approach does is it really proposes a bunch of questions to you, so that you have to think about it. You have to go in and research, and you have to really discover what your project is.
Yeah, and it gives you a lot of ideas towards like how you can kind of get started, right? Like towards the end of the video, he was talking about, cool, send out surveys, do like ask your friends, ask your families, send out like Google forms to everyone you know. Like that's how they would start off with this project. And if you're feeling stuck, I think that'd be a great place to start. Just looking at how the employer would do the project that they're proposing to you and kind of following through with that.
Yeah. And so as we go through it, I don't think we have to go through every single one, but we can just read through it a little bit to kind of give you guys a preview. So obstacles, like here the employer will kind of talk about what they anticipate the challenges being, and probably a lot of the employers kind of put ways they would counter the challenges as well to kind of help you move along as you encounter these barriers.
And then we already went over priority. The employers might also talk about their users, right? Like, who are you actually building this for? It's important to know, like, who your project is going to be serving or where you should be targeting. So this is also going to be an extremely important video to understand the scope of your project.
And for the next one, demo. Demo is also really important because a lot of these employers have specific products and services that their company has and that they want you to use as well. So like, for example, Allen AI, they have their own voice to kind of navigation technology in applications. And so that's built using like their own platform and their own software. And so a lot of students aren't really familiar with that because, well, it's a relatively unknown kind of software, but having the employer demo what they want students to use as they build their projects is going to be really helpful in the long run.
Exactly. And then this right here, examples, is kind of circling back to the what happens if you're feeling stuck? What happens if you don't know exactly where to start or how to continue forward? This is an example that your employer gives you about like a related project or like how they're planning on using this or like a study. So this is also going to be really helpful in case you're just thinking like, oh my god, how do I start on this project? Right here should have your answers.
And mission, like what priorities does your organization have? This is more about the employer, but it's really important for you as a student because it gives you a glimpse into what your employer thinks is important. And as you develop your project, if you build around those goals that your employer has for their own organization, you'll have a greater chance of getting an internship because you're working in line with their company's values.
Exactly. So all in all here, this is the training module. Hopefully you found this workshop a little helpful and a little insightful to what you should be looking for, where you should be looking for that information. And then hopefully the big takeaway at the end is that all of these videos are going to be super important towards your project. Yeah, so make sure you have a deep understanding, watch these a couple of times, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask, feel free to Google. The PilotCity Discord server is always there for you, and we're always there for you to help out. Or we're always there to help you out.
Yep.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. Thank you everybody so much for attending. We're glad we were able to help you out. As always, need any help, we have a whole Discord server. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, everyone. So that was a workshop with Parl and Eric. Thank you for giving that workshop on what to look for in train and research videos. We are towards the end of our night here, and it looks like we are going to pivot a little bit on what we're going to be focusing on today. And what we're going to do is actually close out our live stream now and actually just prep for tomorrow. So for everyone who is watching right now, we're going to close up now and prepare for tomorrow. So we will be live on Discord from now until midnight. So please be on Discord to get help from us. That's where we will live from now until 12 a.m. to give anyone help that may need help. It'll also give me some time to catch up with everyone's DMs and everyone's notes for us. So we will be around to help people on Discord, okay? So we have a wonderful day coming up tomorrow, just to give everyone an idea of what that looks like as well. I'm going to go ahead and review the agenda one more time, just to give everyone an idea of what to look out for. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And for tomorrow,